Alrighty. How's it going, Santo? Kelvin, Doris? You're all doing good? I'll just be a minute here. That's what you've been playing lately, Doris. I forget what you're working on now. You're doing Blasphemous. But I don't know if you're done with that one. I feel like you finished Blasphemous and moved on to something else, but I can't remember. I'll get started in just a moment. So, we recruited that goblin, and he demands that we take him to the Dragon Shrine for one reason or another. I don't remember what the reasoning was. Hey Celine, how's it going? It's funny. I wanted to grind in this dungeon just because more experience, but because this is a story trigger, just entering the place, I couldn't. So I ended up grinding outside. Not that it makes much difference at the insane rate that I can grind, but still. So he's trying to revive his fallen goblins. I'm still also trying to figure out what the treasure of the Rudras is. Like, so what has been revealed to me so far is that there's the Majestic Four or whatever, who have come from fucking somewhere else, somewhere out of, not on this planet. And they came to this planet and supposedly fought back some kind of heavenly something that came from also not of this planet, and then they created the Rudras, which, like, the first set of races, the Rudra, which is like the human Rudra, and then they made another one and another one every 4,000 years, and each one destroys the one before it. It's Legend of Dragoon all over again. But like, so the Rudras are, I guess, just the one, like, progenitor to each race, and they destroy the previous race and populate the world with their current race. And it happens, it's like clockwork every 4,000 years. Apparently, whatever from the heavens comes back. But they haven't made any connection to what the thing from the heavens is, and it hasn't explained what the Majestic Four are, or what they want, other than maintaining the cycle of destruction. But like, what is the treasure of the Rudras? I feel like calling it the treasure of the Rudras seems a little bit of a misnomer. Surely it would be the treasure of the Majestic Four or whatever the fuck is coming from outer space. Seems like 2 other planets must have a stake in this one. How's it going, second page? Alright, let's get into this. Better see what he's done now. Oh yeah, I put some spells in there and all that good stuff. Okay. Flame Lizard. I don't know, I'm guessing he's just meant to be a physical attacker. Dragon Thrust. Miss. This thing has a lot of health. Like, considering that this is a very early game boss for them. It's only day 3. It's kind of weird, actually, for the different parties, how, like, different the, I guess, enemy level scaling is. Like, or pacing, rather. Like, Solent was by far the easiest. You're mostly dealing with bosses that only do physical damage, mostly only a single target as well. And it wasn't until, like, the last 4 days that it started getting dangerous, right? Because the bosses would start using magic, essentially. And magic just hits really hard, that's just how it is, man. But not only that, his party probably had the highest magic resist out of all of them. And the other parties, though, they just deal with so much more AoE magic damage on bosses. And AoE magic damage just fucks you up, that's just how it is. Like, there's not a whole lot that you can do about it, it's just gonna fuck you up sometimes. Usually a boss will only focus on one element, and I guess you're supposed to just continuously have uptime of the magic resist of that element, like the buff. But, like, if you didn't know that spell, you'd just be absolutely fucked. You just have to go and grind. Because keep in mind, you don't just, like, learn the spells. Unless you're looking, like, unless I looked up the spells, I wouldn't know the vast majority of them. Other than copying down monster spells or something. Ape Man. Wow, that was a quick change of course for him. Alright, so... I'm kind of curious what I can do in here now. I better save, just so I don't have to refight that boss in case I die. Because this is actually a pretty high level dungeon. Compared to everything outside, this place is a lot stronger. $150 Ragu. Alright, well the enemies aren't that bad because I'm over-leveled. But I do wonder... Sid and Dune were already here, huh? Moon ring. I guess I might as well put it on. Gives him some agi and magic defense. Magic defense is never bad. Damn. It's a lot of Ragu. And Horn Water, not bad. Like, I'm only on day 3 with this character. And normally the other characters visit this part, if at all. They visit it later. And the enemies here definitely reflect that. Why not? It's funny that it doesn't seem to show your playtime on the save file, like as normal on any RPG, really. But mine would be insane at this point. So I wonder if I can drop down these holes. No. I guess you can only drop down holes that were originally traps. Alright, you can't go this way. Until you get that thing, or find... I guess these guys are probably just gonna find another excuse to get around it. So I needed to go to... I think... Horn Village? Not Horn Village, Horn Mountain or whatever the fuck it's called. But I forget how I was supposed to get there. It's kind of weird, like, the different means of getting around. Like, you're going to a lot of the same places, but each of the parties has to get there some other way, because they're not, like, following the same storyline or something. I mean, using Turbo absolutely fucks with the playtime on the save file. Like, when if I put on Turbo like this, just now, that probably was like fucking 2 minutes in game time. So like, if you're using Turbo a lot, usually you're menuing a lot less efficiently as well. And yeah, like the game clock just goes fucking crazy. Usually, I end up if I ever use turbo for grinding in a game, my playtime ends up being crazy. Even though the game might take me 5 streams to beat or something, the playtime will be really high. Just because I'll use turbo while running around, which means that like I'll bonk into things and or like while grinding in battle, I'm using turbo, but that means I'm effectively menuing at like 5 times slower speed. It's actually kind of funny, but it never really causes issues unless the game is on like an actual time limit. Oh, this one's Horn Cave. I had Horn Cave and the Thor Mountain mistaken. You can only actually go in here late at night anyway. Oh, this is just that shit that the kids were using. That was their passwords to get in. So, actually, no, I think I was heading west. Maybe I can catch a boat. I'm so glad for Turbo for this, though. Like, goddamn. The encounter rate in this game is really high. Oh yeah, that's right, I was going to check the... boats. Time compression, yes. Alright, we're going to Ompros. I guess that's where I'm supposed to be going. I think time compression would be interesting. There's probably some gear I can buy here, actually. How's it going? Pretty good. How have you been, Doris? How's the, Actually, you did the Did you do the Sea of Stars DLC? It's hard to keep track of what everyone's playing. I'm assuming you, are done with Blasphemous, too? Oh, this is... so I can actually buy spirits on this... character. Spirits, puts Berserk on the character, makes him do, like, double damage, but can't control him. And, like, it's the same as the spell. There's a spell that does it, too. But the spell is actually pretty expensive, and it takes up, like, someone else's turn. And done with Blasphemous. What are you working on now? Suikoden remaster. Oh, so you did get the Suikoden remaster. Whenever you asked me what I thought about Suikoden 1 and 2, but I had only played Suikoden 2. Mount Delphi. Just see what the enemies are here. I know I've like gone through all these areas so many times. Yeah, it's just these things. I've gone through these areas so many times. It's like I've already seen most of the enemies, if not all of them, besides bosses. Alcohol gives you berserker buff just like IRL. I mean, I feel like alcohol alone is not going to give someone a berserker buff. It might give them the false confidence buff, but it's definitely not like frothing at the mouth and unable to feel pain. So I'm assuming you're doing Suikoden 1 and then 2? Are you going to play both of them? Have you played either of them before? I know Suikoden is, especially Suikoden 2 is, you know, one of the classics. And I agree that it's a good game. But, you know, being one of the PS1 classics often gets people to check it out. Rune Factory game. Prince of Persia 2. I didn't know... Oh, Two Thrones remaster. And Tales of Symphonia. I didn't know Prince of Persia 2 Thrones got a remaster. That's the one that I didn't play. I played, what is it, Sands of Time and Warrior Within. But I didn't play Two Thrones. I think... Actually, no, yeah, I remember now. I hired it from Blockbuster, and, well, rented it from Blockbuster, and, it had, like, the disc was scratched or something, and it just kept freezing, like, fairly early in the game, so I really didn't get to play it at all. Apparently Suikoden 1 is not as good, like not nearly as good as Suikoden 2, but I haven't played Suikoden 1. I just kept hearing that when playing Suikoden 2. I was like, I hope the story in 1 doesn't like connect too hard into this one, and it turns out it doesn't. Like, they're tangentially related at best, right? And that's good. But like, when asking about it, people were like, you can just skip Suikoden 1, 2 is where it's at. How's it going, Cheese? I haven't taken anyone's treasure yet. Oh, it's a fake chest. Was I meant to take 2 boats from here? I think maybe I was. Can't actually do anything here. Indeed it is, but it's a burden they must bear. That's just how it is in this world. I don't know, I mean, I enjoyed Suikoden 2, it's a good game. I can see why people like it a lot, and it has like a cult following, but at the same time, like, there are a bunch of things that are just like cumbersome and tiresome. Like, recruiting everyone to get the best ending, which is an additional cutscene. Like, basically just meant to... You basically just need a guide to recruit all 108 people. And that's a theme that's in the whole series. It's always 108 people. And almost all of them are either NPCs or worthless. And the strongest characters end up being just a couple of characters. Maybe one or two will be optional, but most of the time you get them in the story anyway. I kind of forgot that these two groups caught the same boat here. That's right. Yeah, I feel like this game could be really cool if it got like a remake, just to like flesh out the story a little. Because like the actual story and like the overall plot and setting and premise and all that good stuff, that's all actually quite interesting. And it's not like the character interactions are particularly bad or something, but dialogue is very, very sparse, and you're kind of just left figuring out where to go a lot of the time. And that's, you know, old JRPG things, or old RPG things in general, but like, it has some really cool ideas. All it would really need is perhaps a bit more to go on for the magic, and like just expand on the dialogue a little bit. That's all. Because like you don't get these interactions that often where like they're plot dumping or actually talking about why they're doing something or where they're going. Usually it's all hints at best. Like, I'm all for concise or condensed plots, but like, that doesn't mean that you can't just have a little bit more elaboration on what's happening. That doesn't mean add filler. That doesn't mean like, you know, add in shit that isn't there. I just mean finding more excuses for them to stop and talk about what they're doing, I guess. Because you get pointed in the right direction, but usually they're like, someone will be like, yeah, you go to the west, and you just have to figure out how to go there. Sometimes they'll say, we can catch a boat, or something like that, but not always. So you can be left just thinking, okay, where do I go now? But that's not because, like, the reasons for them going to this place are dumb or something like that. It's just that they don't really elaborate on much. Dialogue is very, very sparse. They could make better use of the time that they do stop and talk, but they could also just have more of them stopping and talking about what they're doing. Not just wasting time, but there's definitely more places where they could... Oh shit. There's definitely more places where they could stop and talk and all that good stuff, but... I don't know, it's like FF15 has the same problem. The problem is mostly that while the plot is there and you can get the gist of what's going on, the characters never, like, talk about what they're doing and why, or very, very rarely. They kind of just, most of the time, they just talk about nothing. In this game, most of the time they just don't talk, but in 15, most of the time they just don't talk about anything plot relevant. They're just talking shit. It's all banter. And then occasionally they'll talk about plot, and it's not like you are it's not like you are unaware of what's happening because you have eyes. But like, it's still just kind of weird. Like, I don't really know why. I don't really know why they would do it like that. Like, I don't think it's that difficult to, like, make characters talk about what they're doing rather than just talking about nothing, right? Like, the big reason why the Trails games are so long and drawn out is because it's like, they constantly talk, but they're never talking about what's actually going on. Nothing of what they're saying is plot relevant, really, except for when they're actually in a dungeon. They just talk about slice of life things, almost. Like, it really is kind of to that point, and that's why the games will take 100 hours. But like, it's not like it's not like every game has to be like that if they're just, I don't know, trying to talk more but not be filler. Wow, that's only a 2 attack increase. I could use a shield, but I mean, let's take a look. I guess I might as well. He's pretty beefy anyway. Yeah, the thing is though, even if I like the characters, that doesn't really mean that I, you know, want to know what their favorite color is and, you know, how nice these coffee biscuits are. Like, I don't need to see a whole cutscene on that. Having it as a random tidbit thrown out, sure, but like, I don't need to see a whole cutscene dedicated to, you know, 5 minutes of two characters having coffee and you know how nice of a day it is, and oh, these are lovely coffee biscuits. Like, sure, but it's just it's irrelevant. It's not that I dislike the characters necessarily, it's that it's so irrelevant that I just don't care. Even if I do like the characters, I still don't care about that kind of thing. Because I don't really, like, I'm not invested in the plot. I'm invested in the plot. I'm not invested in the characters just doing stuff, like just seeing the characters being the characters. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. A lot of people who are into that kind of thing, especially like people who are into like the forever animes that never end, they're invested. Partially, it's just they're invested in it. They've watched it for so long that they don't want to stop, and that's just a thing for many things. But anyway, A lot of what they want is, I like this character, and I just want to see this character doing stuff. Like, it doesn't really matter what that character's doing, as long as it's that character. That's what they want to see. And that's just weird to me. Like, that's not even unusual. Like, it's unusual. It's not unusual. It's very common for people to have this mentality, I guess. But I don't have that mentality, and it's really weird to me. I can't just watch something just because it's got someone that I like in it. Like, it has to be interesting. The character has to be interesting. The plot has to be interesting. And the only time that I really care about what they think about something is usually if it's plot relevant. Like, I don't care about what they think about coffee. Like, obviously, a certain amount of that is good for character building, but, like, character building just being forced into slice of life stuff just feels weird. Dork chop. Like, you get a story like Tactics Ogre, and it's a long story, but, like, while some of the reasons for them to fight might be filler, but, like, it's just a plot-heavy story. The characters and how they feel about things, and, like, you know, trivia information on the characters is largely just removed. Like, it's pretty much entirely removed. Like, you know about the characters' backstories, and you'll see their characters and personalities change over the story or whatever, but it's so much more plot-focused than character-focused. But, at the same time, it's very dialogue-heavy because it's just, there's a lot going on in the story. They have to talk about everything that's happening because all of it's important. But they're talking about things that are happening. They're not talking about what's, like, just random shit that has nothing to do with anything. And they're not just talking about their daily life or something. You wouldn't see an optional cutscene about sitting down for lunch. You would see an optional cutscene about what's happening somewhere else right now, and why that might be relevant. Victory goes to Blevins. So you just see the final match. It's the priest! Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, Kelvin. Like, the characters are not, other than Prompto, the characters are pretty likable, and that's fine. That can make a game enjoyable in its own, like with Dragon Quest VIII. The characters being fun is a lot of the enjoyment in that game. But in 15, the characters would talk a lot and banter with each other a lot, but like they never talked about anything plot relevant. So you didn't really, you kind of just had to piece it together what was actually going on, or be aware of all the previous media or whatever for Final Fantasy 15, because everything about that was fucking weird. But then they do have a couple of plot dumps in the games. Like, there's one in particular. The biggest one is when you catch the boat to not Venice, TM. And it's like a 10-minute long boat ride where they, like, heavily plot dump just to explain everything that's happened, basically. But they could have done that so many times. Like, they could just talk about what's going on in the story when they're driving the car, instead of having the same generic banter, like, all the time. Like, you could easily find times for them to talk about what's going on, so the plot is, or the storytelling is better paced. Not the plot is, the plot pace was okay, I guess, but rather just the gameplay of going through the main story and not really doing any side quests. The pacing was okay, but having no one talking about what's actually going on, you're kind of just following markers sometimes. Like, if not for the quest markers, you'd basically be running into the same issue that this game has. They barely talk about what's going on. And it makes sense that, like, they wouldn't really talk about it much, because logically, they all know what's going on. They all know what's going on. Like, they don't need to explain to each other what's going on, because they've all set out on this mission with full intention and knowledge. But, as a viewer, you obviously need it to be explained as a viewer. But usually you would have someone around that would either ask dumb questions, or someone that needs to have things explained to, who's just out of the loop, just so you can have a natural, immersive way of explaining what's happening in the plot. And FF15 didn't do any of that, and that was kind of the problem. It just never did that. So the characters never talked about what was going on, because they didn't have to explain anything to anyone. Certainly, least of all, each other. Yeah, that's usually how it is, Quasi. That's like the point, like, it's a kind of necessary writing device. Because most of the time, like, if you're reading or watching something set in a fantasy world, obviously there are going to be things that are normal there that are not normal for anyone who isn't there. So you need an excuse to explain why the sky is red or something. Because a local would not ask that. Like, a local is not going to ask why the sky is blue or why it's raining or something. The only reason why someone would ask me that is because they're like a young child or something. Like, that's it. But if you've got a fantasy setting, you kind of need to make excuses to explain mundane things. And usually, that's fairly easily done by just having a dumb character in the party. But you could find many excuses. There's many excuses that you can make to explain mundane things in a natural way. But just like there's also many excuses to make characters explain what they're doing, even though they don't need to explain it to each other. They need to tell someone else, like, they need to report to someone. They need to explain what their business is. There are many reasons why they could talk about what they're doing. They could just simply talk to each other about what's happened and how this is all crazy. Like, it doesn't even have to be like some kind of flawless choice. It's just an excuse. It's just an excuse to explain what's going on to the viewer. And then other games, though, funnily enough, like, massively overdo it, where they just keep reiterating what they're doing over and over and over again. Devil Survivor was really bad for that, actually. Like, for very specific things, though. Not for everything, but for really specific things, that they had come to the conclusion of, like, earlier, they'll, like, come to that conclusion, like, 4 times. And it's like, why are you, like, surprised every time? You already figured this out and talked about it. Like, why are you surprised to figure it out again? Actually, you know what? Trails in the Sky 2. I like to pretend 3 doesn't exist because it was a mistake. But Trails in the Sky 2 was pretty bad for the... not surprising at all, but for reiterating the events of the first game over and over and over again. Anytime it was relevant, like, anytime something from the first game was relevant, they would explain, if not just, like, show you a scene, straight up just show you a scene from the first game, but they'll explain it in detail, and then next time it's like something is related to it again, they'll just explain it again. They'll just explain it every time. And it's like, wow, you really, really didn't have to play the first game. Because, like, everything that's relevant in the plot of the first game is repeated multiple times in the second game, to the point of it being kind of annoying. But they try to pad out... I feel like that one's intentional on Trail's part, because they try to pad out the story or the gameplay, like, as much as they possibly can. Like, that's the point. Because that's the only way that you can make 3 games out of 1 plot, is by padding it up so much that, you know, 10 hours of story can fit into 3 can be divided into 3 games. Well, actually, more like, I want to say like 40 hours of story divided into 3 games. And the rest of it's just padding. So they can still say that it's an 80-hour long game. It's like putting sawdust in the mashed potato, you know? You won't notice it, bro, and I promise, but it bulks it up. An eater of day! An eclipse happened. Yeah, I mean, there are tons of reasons, tons of excuses that you can make to have a character explain something that anyone there would normally be aware of. Like in Final Fantasy X, Lulu is there just so Tidus can ask dumb questions, and she can, in like the most like offensive way possible, like just talking down to him, like, how the fuck don't you know that? You're such a fucking idiot. And it's like, holy shit, dude. He was just asking what this is. Like, what is wrong with you? But it works. All they need is one dumbass who doesn't know. One guy who isn't a local. Something's flying up into the sky. Well, I wanted to talk to the king, so... I wonder when, I guess this party is going to be going in there. Because no one else has gone in there at this point. So either it's in the final chapter, or it's in this character's chapter. Well, time passed when I came down here, so like it was clearly what I was meant to do. Maybe I have to go to the pub or something. I'm always alone. Wow. Pub for a pint of Foster's, mate. I don't think I've ever seen a place that has Foster's on tap, but I don't like go to a lot of bars or anything. Oh, might as well rest, I guess. A key is needed. Yeah, I can't do anything at the Giant's Tower, makes sense. I'm not sure what exactly I'm meant to do to meet the king. Like, I don't think it'd be wise to break into the castle. And like, I don't think that would end well for anyone. But they're not letting me go in, and that makes sense, it's nighttime, you know? But I also can't, like, just wait until nighttime? So I've obviously got some other story trigger that will pass time. Maybe I was meant to go north first. I mean, at worst I'll just consult the guide. Wait, so, hang on. The king just walked past me, right? When I was here. Hey, Two Downs, how's it going? And Wabon? Yeah, there's some pretty good tracks in this one. It's an odd game, but it's got some really cool ideas. I'm just gonna look at the fucking guide. Where are we meant to be going? Oh, okay. I guess we're not trying to seek audience with the king now. We're just going to the church over here. It's like this. They didn't mention this. Why they would want to talk to this guy. I don't know why they'd want to talk to this guy. Oh, it's for the statue. But they were talking about before, like, the only reason they... Oh, not the only reason, obviously. But the reason why they took the boat to get to this continent in the first place was to talk to the king. Okay, then. What is a hardcore game? What do you mean? Do you mean by definition? Or do you mean, like... Usually hardcore refers to a game that has permadeath. And it's usually an option. But it can also be used just to describe... Oh, wait, yeah, I have to talk to Doug first anyway. It's also used to just describe, I guess, really difficult games. It's a very loose term. But, like, the only real term that it's... Only time it's ever really used as, like a thing in games to describe anything other than people just talking shit is hardcore or hardcore mode, which is permadeath, which is a common thing in certain types of games. Wow. Yeah, that's just someone using it for a generalized term of difficulty. Path of Exile, though, I feel like just like a YouTube guide of basic tips would probably be all you really need. Path of Exile's just got a lot of information, but like, it's mostly in semantics and doesn't really matter that much unless you're trying to like be efficient with be really efficient with your time and min-max and all that good stuff. Like, it's a grinding simulator, and the difficulty is basically just grinding efficiently and making builds that can grind efficiently. It does have a hardcore mode as well, but in this context, I don't think... Like, it's not that they don't explain things in the game, it's just that, like, it has some fairly unconventional systems, most of which you'd be able to figure out on yourself just fine. It just depends on how much time you're willing to sink into, like, figuring out things for yourself when you could probably find a 10-minute YouTube video that explains it all. Just call it like, think of it like Dota or something. You don't need to know all of the heroes and all of the abilities and all of the items. You only really need to know a few of them, depending on how seriously you play the game. But, like, the game isn't necessarily super complicated or super difficult. It's just that there's a lot of information. Oh, I have to find the gods that will simp for me. Wow. Tybalt mail. Damn, that's really good. Nobody's allowed in here, okay? But yeah, like, hardcore is normally used as a general term for a game that has permadeath as, like, a core mechanic or as an option. Hardcore mode. But people also just use the word hardcore for a lot of things. Like, just in general, it's a flexible word. So, depending on context, someone might just be saying that the game is hard, or something like that. But, yeah, it's just a context. Context sensitive, I guess. A lot of games, though, do have what is called hardcore mode, which is not always necessarily called hardcore mode, but it usually is. And that is, meaning that your character, once you die, you would get a game over and you have to start again or whatever. Hardcore game is anything too hard for me. Yeah. But like, most people would just say the game is hard or just generally difficult or something like that. I might find many other creative ways to call it hard. But hardcore at this point is, like, very rarely used to describe something for being difficult. But in the case of Path of Exile, you'll get explanations of, I think you'll get, like, info dumps on how the mechanics work and whatnot. It's just that there's a lot of information in the game. There's a lot of spells, there's a lot of materials, there's a lot of different gear, and there's, like, stupid semantic things like more versus extra, things that increase base stats instead of current stats, things that multiply only base stats instead of total stats, and the differences between this, and this stat, which minor differences, and they all look the same. There's a lot of that. And, like, that isn't hard, none of it's complicated, really. It's just a lot of information and semantics. It's a lot of semantics. Holy shit. So much. Are you actually considering playing Path of Exile? Like, I would honestly say that if you're into Diablo clones, you would like it, but it's probably worth following a build guide for your first character. Unless you really just like doing it blind and winging it. I mean, I haven't played it in years, so I don't even know what the current mechanics are, to be honest. I mean, you'd be fine to go into PoE blind. It would just be a slow playthrough. Like, you're gonna end up dying more, your build's probably going to be shit. Like, it's still just a Diablo clone, though. Like, the main story isn't really that hard. And, like, it's pretty linear. Like, you can't just, like, go in completely wrong directions and be unable to return. Nothing's unsalvageable. But, like, if you're making your own build blind, you're probably gonna make a pretty shit build. How's it going, Squaresoft? Path of Exile 2. I mean, when PoE 2 came out, I found it hard to not be aware of it, because people were talking about it so much. It looks pretty good. I'd be happy to try it out, but like I'm just gonna wait till it goes free to play before I touch it. Because at the moment it's in like beta, but like it's paid access or whatever. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea about what's good and what's bad. Like, I just don't know enough about the game. For the most part, I know that people who are playing it early were having fun with it. But they're supporting both of the games anyway, like they're not dropping PoE 1, it's just a different game. I think some people are mad that it's not the same as Path of Exile 1. Like, it seems to be, like, just generally a bit different control-wise and build-wise and stuff. Am I aware of most game hypes? Not all, but I end up hearing about most upcoming games that people are excited about just because they talk about it in Twitch or in Discord. Allow me to speak of the temples. Doesn't PoE 2 have WASD movement? As an option, at least? That automatically makes me more interested in it than any other Diablo clone. I hate having everything bound to the mouse. Like, movement and aiming and attacking all on the mouse. It's just like... just weird. I have another hand. Like, let me press buttons with my other hand. That's why, you know, on a controller, the control stick is on one side, and the face buttons are on the other side. So you can use both your hands to do two different things at the same time. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna, like, not play one of those games just because of that. I would not play, like, an MMO, like, if it's like that one Lost Ark or whatever it was called. Like, I would not play that because of that control scheme alone. Makes me not interested. For a single-player game, though, it doesn't bother me. Like, I'll play through the game. Like, it doesn't bother me so much that it would make me not play a single-player game. But it's like there's just no reason to not have it as an option, because almost always the games already support it because they have controller support. So it's a thing that's there, but often it's actively disabled for mouse and keyboard, because every time it's brought up in every one of these communities, the Diablo purists are like, no, that's not how it is in Diablo. You're not allowed to move without your mouse. Every time, it's met with Diablo fanboy gatekeeping, refusing to let anyone else make any other game with competent control scheme. I mean, it's all I saw when I first played PoE, Celine. It's all I saw. I was trying to find some way to be like, hey, can I like have WASD controls? Yeah, all posts, all questions were met with, why would you want that? WASD's bad. Like, you have such a smaller range of movement. You can only move in 4 directions. It's like, well, no, that's not true either, but like, then why do you care? Like, why do you care? That's just Reddit, though. And Reddit is a trash heap. Doesn't PoE have controller support? If the game has controller support, the game can support WASD. You can literally even rig it in yourself if you want to. If you have your controller plugged in and you just get some other program to map WASD to up, down, left, right on your control stick, as long as it doesn't disable controller if the keyboard is being used or vice versa, you can rig up basically any of those games that have controller support to play like that. WASD for movement and mouse for aiming. And so many of those games have controller support. And it's like, you can just not. Like, you can just allow those buttons to be bound to those things, because you've already designed a system that allows movement to be tied to one separate thing from aiming with control support. Like, I understand in an old game that literally has no control support and was designed that way just to be a Diablo clone. I get that, because they would have to actually put it in, and I don't think it would really be that hard, but, like, they'd have to actually put it in. But if the game has controller support, it already has it, and the only reason why it would be disabled is because they don't want you to use it. If PoE had WASD controls, I honestly probably would be playing it a lot more. Well, I'd be more willing to anyway. It's a shame that it didn't have that when I first got into it, like way back, before streaming. Because that was when I had all of that dispensable time and didn't spend my time streaming. So I would absolutely have grinded like crazy. I'm actually like way more interested in like difficult bosses and shit like that in those kinds of games if I can use WASD. Because I hate moving and attacking and dodging all with the mouse and aiming. Like, it's all done with the mouse. Just let me move separately. It's like in driving games, any kind of racing game or any kind of game that has like driving a car. It's usually not racing games. It's usually like action games that have you driving a car temporarily. What I really hate, especially if the car has a gun on it, is when the car's camera controls are also the steering controls. So you can't like look to your right without turning right. And that's not a good thing. That's kind of bad. Yeah, you know, I actually installed Lost Ark. I think it was called, that Korean MMO. I installed that like when it was out and it was the new hotness and everyone was like, yeah, Lost Ark. Turns out, before I realized that it was a grind fest as well, like just a pay to win grind fest. But besides that, I thought that being so modern and being an MMO, surely it would have WASD, and then I started playing the game and realized, oh, I don't. This is a pay to win waifu simulator, and it doesn't even have a good control scheme. Alright, Mantra Peak. What Last Epoch did to you? Does Last Epoch just have, like, really good controls or something? I definitely feel that. After playing, like, a modern game in a series and then going back to an earlier game in the series, and you can feel, like, the age of it, you know? Like, or even just, like, going from, like, I don't know, an action game that was made in the last 10 years, and then go back to like a PS1 action game or something, and it's like, whoa, yeah, this feels... I can feel the age. I can feel the age in this one. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in Last Epoch just because I've heard it's good, but I haven't really looked into it that much. I watched a bit when I think when it came out, I was watching Toki play it, and he said he liked it, and he plays a lot of those games, so I would usually trust his opinion on that. And here we are playing a 30-year-old SNES game. Yep. It's mostly action games that I find where you really feel the age. But, like... And it's 29 years old, by the way, Ragnar. Like, come on, man. I've been playing Grim Dawn, and that's... Grim Dawn is also super weird compared to some of the other Diablo clones that I've made. It's like really good in some ways, and then it's got other things that make me scratch my head. But it too, it has controller support. Actually has pretty good controller support, but it doesn't have WASD support. Yeah, I mean, if you prefer to use, like, I think people should be able to just use what they want to use. But, like, a lot of people would really rather WASD movement, or whatever fucking binds you want movement. It's more just so you, when... Like, here's the thing, like, you're running around, and it's like, you're dodging, so you have to click over here to dodge, and then quickly swing back here to aim, to shoot, to quickly swing back here, to keep moving, because otherwise you get hit. And it's all with the mouse. Instead of just being like, I'm aiming over here because here are my enemies, and just moving with WASD because that hand is free. Like, that hand is just sitting there doing fucking nothing the whole time. But you're making your right hand work overtime with the mouse to try and keep up with everything. It's like, there's no reason for that. And I understand why people would prefer it that way, just because that's what they're used to. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. But there's no reason to not have the option at this point. Like, there really isn't any reason to not have the option other than people being mad that the option exists. Like, just because it's there doesn't mean you have to use it, which a lot of people seem to think is the case. But everything's better than playing a game on the phone back then. I mean, early 2000s, I think phone games were pretty limited, yeah. I mean, I didn't get a phone for myself until I was in high school, which was pretty standard when I was a kid. But I did like playing phones on playing games on my mom's phone, and all it had was Snake and Tetris. By your command. Space Impact? I did not have that. I don't even know what Space Impact is. I think it was one of those, you know, those indestructible Nokia phones, the 3210 or whatever it was. That was, I think, the first one that my mother bought, and that's like what all it had, like Tetris and Snake. Might have had something else, but I was mostly interested in Snake. $100 that's a month's salary for Blevins, the guard captain? He's literally the captain of the guards. The most decorated knight in the city. And he gets paid $100 a month? You get $100 for killing, like, the weakest enemies outside town. Actually, that's not true. You get, like, 25. Yeah, like, he's not just like a random guard or something. He's the captain of the guards. And he's very decorated and respected, right? He's not just some schmuck. And his monthly salary is $100. He could buy, like, 2 healing herbs or whatever the base healing item is. You could buy a house with 100 ragu back then? Dude, you can't buy a meal for 100 ragu. You can't even buy a meal for that much. Jild. I think emulating PS3 on your phone is pushing it a bit, depending on the game. Emulating PS3 on PC, even, is still pretty resource heavy, depending on what game it is and how you have done the settings. You could obviously find exceptions of, like, super, like, lightweight games that you could run just fine. It would really depend on the game. You wouldn't be playing, like, I don't know, what's a late like a graphically intense late PS3 game. Like, you wouldn't be playing that. Maybe you could get away with playing Little Big Planet or something that's entirely 2D sprite based or something. Nipple statue. Yeah, Steam Deck is pretty powerful, but that'd be, again, depending on the game. But a Steam Deck is definitely more powerful than your average phone. And I imagine that if you were emulating, like, any resource-heavy games, it'd probably struggle on the Steam Deck. Unless, of course, you're just running... I mean, if you're running just 30 FPS, I also just forget that a lot of the time when I'm emulating things. Like, it'll run at a higher FPS than it's supposed to. Yeah, Switch games on Steam Deck is a very popular one. It's super common... it's super common for people to just jailbreak their Switch, and... because it's not hard to do it, to just, like, rip your Switch games and play them on your Steam Deck. It's not actually hard to do that at all. And I've met a surprising amount of people who have done that. Because emulating Switch... like, actually emulating Switch can be a bit of a hassle, and finding ROMs can be a bit of a hassle, because they're current. I've not really bothered with Switch emulation, to be honest. The only one that I messed around with was SMT5, and I didn't really play it much, because it didn't work very well. But yeah, Steam Deck just runs... it's essentially the same shit as the Switch, like the same, I guess, physical format, but it runs better. Like, it can emulate Switch games better than Switch can play them, and it's also handheld, so it's like just hilarious to me. It didn't even mean to. It didn't even mean to, but the Steam Deck kinda just mogged the Switch. Completely unintended, and I think that is fucking hilarious. That is pretty odd. I mean, on your phone, are you, doing the... is it like... what do they call it? Like, the streaming games? How, you're just connecting remotely and essentially playing it on someone else's computer? The king did send me, but alright. Yeah, it makes sense if it's just the live streaming games thing, which is still weird to me, and I really hope that doesn't, like, become a standard thing, because some games would be actually horrible to play with lag. But it does mean that you can play higher-end games on lower-end systems. Bath of water! On water. Holy shit. Big upgrade. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, that, you know, the Sony game streaming, service that is available. It's only available in specific countries because, it is just a dog shit system to use if you have more than, like, 20 ping. How's it going, Saris? By the power of the magic words. What are the magic words? But yeah, like, that Sony game live streaming whatever is only available in certain regions. So, like, it's not available here because they don't have servers here. And if they did have it available here, you'd be connecting to a server in a different country, and your ping would be atrocious. And, like, imagine trying to play Bloodborne with 200 plus ping. Yeah, the spell names in this game are quite something. Pebefa Megami! That's the heal spell that I've got. Soma. The Sacred Forest. Whoa. Is that even worth using? No? Yeah, I mean, I didn't really do any experimenting because once the nature of the system was explained to me, what
the hell is that?
Doa. Oh, it's a gun. I just got like a list of spells, essentially. A machine gun which kills darkly and mercilessly. It does dark damage. That's what it means by it kills darkly. No, I mean like they're not pre-made spells. Like there's there is a certain like how to explain it? Like there is a consistency and logic to how um the spells are named, but like a lot of them like you won't just get. You can't just use like knowing that the best one of this is like the best tier of this is the element plus god. Like there's a consistency within like the elemental spells, right? And putting Narim at the end of it makes it a defensive buff versus that element. And there's another one, I think it's just not Narim. But yeah, like there is a consistency to it. It's not like random, and it's not like people are optimizing characters to make better spells or something like that. The real spells are just real spells. You can just put in whatever you want and still make something if you really wanted to, though. I mean, you're more likely to get something that's expensive and not really worth it, right? Like, I mean, a good example is actually, oh, actually, I don't have it now. There's one of the, like, the highest tier dark spell that's AoE, an enemy spell. Because you can also just copy down the names of enemy spells and use almost all of them, apparently. But one of the dark spells, I think it was, when I spelled it out, I had one letter wrong. So it was the same element, and it was still AoE. It was just more expensive. And I imagine also weaker. But then when I fixed it, obviously it had the appropriate cost. I feel like that's her mother, and for some reason they are not recognizing, but whatever. It's the same sprite from behind. Oh shit, it's a floating head ball. Ghosts. Prepare to be exercised. Damn. That's a pretty cool sprite, though. That's actually a combination of two sprites. Because that, like, chain of heads thing is also just a standalone enemy without the body at the bottom of it. Probably weak to light as well. Hey Delvin, how's it going? Yeah, there is actually some really good sprite work in this game. There's also some pretty comically bad sprite work in this game, but it is mostly quite good. I'm pretty sure I don't have a pull a rabbit out of the hat spell night, but, you know, maybe there is an animation that could be used like that. I've seen some odd animations in this game. Mother, no! Oh no! Ding dong. Seiken Densetsu 3? What is that in English? I know because it was actually released in English, but people like to use the weeb name. Trials of Mana. Yeah. I'm gonna lie, the only Mana game I played was Secret of Mana. I didn't like it. How's it going, Nara? Sorry, Nether. I read your message. And it killed my brain. I don't remember how to actually reach the guy. Yeah. Like, I'm aware that they just have a different name in English. Just weirds me out that of all the franchises for people to stick to the weeb names, why that one in particular? Like, I didn't get it. Yeah, but they don't just do it for that game. Like, they do it for the series. That's what's weird to me. Well, like, even this game wasn't released outside of Japan. Still hasn't been. But you don't have people usually calling it Rudra no Hiho. They just call it Treasure of the Rudras. Wara rat. Dead. Apparently I just encounter a lot more weebs than you guys then. Fully gliss. Damn. All of the gliss. God damn it, man. Can you just not do that? That would be fantastic. Oh, this fan translation is full of English. Like, things that are just straight up misspelled. I don't think the person who translated it to English speaks English very well. Soma! Secret of Mana has the best drums you've ever heard in a SNES game. Wow. Just like that, back to back. Strongest move. And I have to do this whole thing again. No. I have to do this whole fucking dungeon again. So I hadn't put a save before that boss. But he just did... He did a high tier AoE magic spell 2 turns in a row. Got the last turn, then the first turn. And then you die. That's just how this game is, to be honest. That is just how it is. I don't care about any of the shit that I got from any of you guys. Yeah. Round-based combat with randomized turn order is honestly one of the worst formats for it to have turn-based combat. I mean, round-based combat isn't bad, and slightly randomized turn order is also not bad, but both of those two things combined is just awful because of that exact thing. Especially if they do like, the boss gets multiple turns per round. Because it's like, because the turn order is randomized, and the boss gets, let's say, 2 actions, they can get the last turn in 1 round, and hit you with their strongest move twice. And then they can get the first turn next round, and hit you with their strongest move twice. And you're just dead. Like, it's completely out of your control, and you can't stop them from doing that. But that's just how it is. Alright. Oh, he's still got his sword. I guess I didn't pick up the, gun. Whatever. It really doesn't matter. Actually. Must have got the gun in here, but I'll just get something better in another town anyway, so I really don't care. Wait, it's went this way. It was this way, wasn't it? Alright, this time, just gonna put a save here. Oops. A little too much turbo there. So I'll turbo these 2. Alright. And then these ones... I'll get down. Okay, who goes first there? Hey, Fox, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing alright. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The SNES Final Fantasy games really don't have much or anything in the way of like good animation, right? They have a little bit, but for the most part, battle sprites are almost entirely still, and their animations are like 2 frames. Because the only animated sprites are pretty much the character sprites, and they are extremely simplistic in battle. But there are other games on the SNES that have really good sprite work. Like, they look really good. Super detailed sprites that are actually animated. Like, the SNES Final Fantasy games really actually didn't look that good compared to so many other games on the same, like, in the same era. it's kind of weird because after that, like once PS1 hit, their reputation was the best in the graphics. Oh yeah, I mean, their marketing was also pretty intense for the ones that they released outside of Japan. Like, they had actual, like, American TV commercials for Final Fantasy VI. Oh yeah, no, they're not weak games by any means. I just mean specifically animation-wise, they're pretty lacking. Um, Everything else they did was great, and they had that, the IP and the whatever the brand name to carry it a bit as well. But like the games are legitimately very good. I'm just purely talking about animations. Like when you look at some of the other RPGs on the SNES, or just other systems, or just games that were released around the same period, you kind of look at them and go, wow, like this is so much, like this looks so much better. But it's, I mean, it might not be as good in the other places, like writing and whatever, but it's like, surely Square could have put a bit more into their animations. At that point, they were not lacking for funds. They were doing really well. Yeah, like Phantasy Star 4 was, I wouldn't say mind-blowing, but like Phantasy Star 4 looked amazing. And it had some fun systems too, like the macro system and all that. But that's like same gen. Alright, now we go there. It's kind of funny though, the SNES Fantasy... the SNES Final Fantasy games are iconic, really. But like... It's funny to me, not because of like the animations being bad or something like that, but more after the SNES generation, like when Square pushed Final Fantasy into the PS1, like their reputation suddenly became the kings of graphics in RPGs, and they rode that one pretty hard. That's led to many ups and downs in their history. But yeah, like to go from nothing impressive graphically to having a reputation for having the best graphics is just funny. The Bouncer, I probably have seen it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Like the Square did actually do really well, like really good graphics in like some of their later games, like especially when they got into PS1 and PS2. Like they really did have really good graphics, and they deserve the reputation. It's just funny that they jumped to that because they clearly didn't care that much about the graphics they cared about the art but not the graphics in the 2D Final Fantasies. Oh, this is the Heg Shrine. This is not where I thought it was. I actually do have to go past that airship. Yeah, graphics were a big selling point for a lot of PS1 games. I guess I have to actually go outside. Yeah, I always thought FF7, like, the pre-rendered cutscenes look great. I thought they looked amazing, and that was what I first saw of Final Fantasy VII. I was like, wow, that's actually the graphics of the game? Holy shit! Because I had never seen anything, I had never seen graphics like that in a game before. But then I actually played the game, and then I'm like, oh, this looks stupid. Why do they have giant, like, cinder blocks for hands? Why don't they just have normal hands? Like, I get not having, like, detailed fingers and whatnot, but why are their hands giant bricks? 7 did have some really nice-looking things, though. Like, it did have some pretty good pre-rendered backgrounds. All of the Final Fantasy games did, on the PS1. Pre-rendered backgrounds is something that I feel is a little bit underappreciated. Because at the time it was something that was done out of necessity because of resource limitations. So it became something that wasn't really necessary anymore in later consoles. But what you got instead of the super detailed pre-rendered backgrounds, you kind of got much less detailed open areas that are actually there. And it's like they both have their own appeal, but I guess I just like really well done pre-rendered backgrounds. Overacting RA2 cutscene? RA2? Red Alert 2. Oh, wait, is that the... Spice! Is that the one? I don't remember. I've only played one Red Alert game. Also, Black Dawn with it, that's pretty early. I thought, you'd be going for a while yet. How's the Final Fantasy IX going? Yeah, FF8 did that pretty well when it was current. Like, the cutscenes that, transition seamlessly into gameplay. Or, like, cutscenes where you could actually still move your character around. That is Red Alert, but I don't know if that's... Oh, that's 3. Wait, so what's the one in Red Alert 2, then? What's the overacting voice line in Red Alert 2? Welcome in, Raiders. How far did you get in Final Fantasy IX? Pretty easygoing and enjoyable so far. Yeah, it's pretty... I think the leveling pacing in 9 is pretty good. Like... I never found you really had to do any dedicated grinding in 9, even when I first played it for the first time. But then again, I tend to do optional stuff, which ends up getting you, some more levels and gear and stuff like that. Yeah, FF8 did look great at the time. So did 9, but, 9 had the problem of, it looked great, but at the cost of performance. So you had very, very slow battle transitions and long load screens and 4 discs, and not only that, but they had to specifically cut out some parts of the map for disc 4. That kind of thing. They did it in 8 as well. The final disc isn't just you know how the final disc in Final Fantasy 7, it's only 3 discs, but yeah, if you mod it, you can turn off those long battle transitions. The reason why the long battle transitions are a thing is because on PS1, like, it was pretty graphically intense, and the long transitions are just hiding the loading. How's it going, Pern? Really good luck. 9 definitely should have been a PS2 game, yeah. It struggles on PS1 hardware. Spent the first night in Dali. Okay, so you're about to see some interesting things. But yeah, 9 definitely suffers from being on PS1. 8, not as much, but both of them have the same problem as that Final Fantasy 7 didn't have. So Final Fantasy 7, you get to Disc 3, and Disc 3 is pretty much just for the final dungeon. It's only the final dungeon, right? You transition to Disc 3 as your party is... no, this isn't the final scenario. I'm doing Riza's one. In FF7, your party transitions to Disc... or you transition to Disc 3 when you are entering Northern Crater. In Final Fantasy VIII, you transition into Disc 3 when entering... I guess the railroaded section that takes you to Ultimisia's castle, and you can leave and go back to the world map. However, many parts of the map are not available. So, like, some things are just inaccessible. Some cities are just cut off because they're just not on that disc. And Final Fantasy IX has the same thing. Obviously, I'm not going to say the names of anything, but in the final disc of Final Fantasy IX, like, a lot of the towns, while you still have access to the whole world map, a lot of the towns have just been blocked off, like, so you can't enter them, just because they couldn't fit it. Like, it would be a 5-disc game if otherwise. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of one of the things that they had to deal with because it's on PS1. Moguri mod? Yeah, Moguri mod is really, really good, and I wish Blackthorn was playing on PC instead of Switch, because it's just everything's better on PC. But in FF9's case, there's a really good mod for Final Fantasy IX that it's like a big community mod that adds a lot of features and upscaling, and it's even got like remastered music. It's as an option anyway. Like, it's got all kinds of really good shit, and one of those things is the ability to disable those really long battle intros, so you will just get instant loads into battles, because obviously your computer is not in fact a PS1. Quality of death mod for FF9. Yeah, I am very much not into fan-made voice acting mods though. That is very far out of the scope of what I like. I saw that there was one for Final Fantasy VII, the original, and I was like, I watched someone playing it for like an hour, and I was just like, holy shit. I would rather just not have voice acting. Like, I'm glad that people are really into it and are having fun with their hobby projects like that. But I'm glad that it isn't officially voiced like that. Sure thing. I have considered having a, I have actually considered having a redemption for, having me, like, read out whatever line people put in. But I think it'd very quickly devolve into, could you read out poo poo pee pee poo 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 pee pee poo 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 pee pee? And it's like, I don't want to do that. Imagine if Xenogears was actually a finished game. Imagine if Xenogears was actually a finished game. If Xenogears was a finished game, it would be really good.
Spinning Doris.
Spinning Doris. That's the real meat spin. But yeah, like, I've considered having, I actually have considered having a redemption of put text in the thing and I'll read it out in an Australian accent or something, like a hammed-up Australian accent. But like, because it has been suggested many times, but I'm like, I feel like a lot of the time I'm just not going to want to do that. Is Sid in this game? There is a Sid in this game, and he is related to the airship, actually. But he's not my party member. Or at least not yet. The Sid in this game steals an airship. They get like 50 subs? What, like as a sub goal, or that someone has to give 50 subs? If someone gifted me 50 subs, I would happily read out fucking chapter in a novel in a janky-ass Australian accent. 50 subs is a lot of subs. Holy Grail. Done it before, be careful. I mean, I don't think that's like what's the word here? Like, I wouldn't mind doing something like that, right? Like, as a joke, reading out like a transcript in an Australian, like a hammed up Australian accent. That would be funny, maybe. Anyway, that would be entertaining, but like, it's something that I feel like I wouldn't want to do often. It's something that I would do as a joke, but I wouldn't do it like, I probably wouldn't want it as a like stream redemption for channel points, where twice or 3 times a stream I'm like reading out some random paragraph from Twilight. Like, I'll pass on that one. And Aussie. I like how you spelled that. That's good shit. But yeah, people like the Australian accent. They think it's funny. And I'm all for that. Hey man, it gets me viewers. Wow. What is this? This is the last RPG Squaresoft made on the Super Nintendo. It was released 2 years after Final Fantasy VI. This is a fan translation, because the game was never released outside of Japan. The translation is not very good. The game is pretty cool, but definitely unpolished. Yeah, the sprites and animations in general are really good. Much better than any of the SNES Final Fantasy games. The story is pretty neat, and like the plot and premise is pretty neat, but the dialogue is very sparse and the translation isn't very good, so it definitely takes away from that. But overall, like, the music is good, the nature of the story and what they wanted to do with the mechanics is good, but it's one of those games where, like, it has a bunch of good ideas, and for the most part, they are not bad or something. Like, they're not, like, terribly executed, but they definitely needed more time in the oven. Like, it is definitely lacking for polish, and I can see why they didn't release it outside of Japan. I think if this game had more time, it probably would have been
My Aussie
really
mates
good.
like to eat their fish and chips. Puerarato.
Yes. Fish and chips. Not fish and chops. It's not fish and chops, mate. The non-standard magic system is really cool, but it needs a guide. That's the thing. Like, there isn't enough, like, I guess there's a lot of hints of spells and how they work, because the magic essentially. Okay, let's ignore this page. So, like, this page and this page I'll use as a guide. So you learn pretty quickly what the base elements are: Ig, Aku, Tia, To, Soa, Sera, Nihi, and Pra. Those are all of the different elements. And whether it's an AoE version, or a single target version, or a high tier AoE version, or a single target high tier version, they want to have the same suffix, right? But that applies to just these elemental spells, and there's different suffixes or prefixes that could be put on to change it to be one thing or another, right? This is, if you add Nareem to it, it turns it into a defensive spell of that element. Like, it has, like, it's an intuitive system, and NPCs tell you about how they work, but I think what you would need is for the game to record all of the hints that you've been given, so that you can just refer to it and maybe have like a way of putting it in and like being like, yes, this is correct, like confirmation of correct spell and stuff like that. Like, if it had something like that, I feel like the system would be totally fine. The fact that you can just copy enemy spell names, like if an enemy casts a spell on you, you can just write that spell name down and put it in your spell book. And I think that's really cool. I don't think all enemy spells are like that, but most of them are. And it's just generally, generally cool, I guess. It's just that a system like this requires more than just fucking put it in, and you can have DJ, because I have turbo on. Lightning damage to all 39 MP. I can do that, but that's obviously dumb, and that's not a real spell. Oh, that's funny that these two are there in the back. I don't know why they're in the back. Oh, probably because I swapped something with them. I don't know why I've got soft in there twice. Have a good one, Saras. The next person to interrupt will taste the back of my hand. Old lady's gonna pimp slap you. It is almost coffee time. Actually, you know what? I think I'll say it's coffee time now. I'll be right back.
Spinning cane. Of course.
Alrighty. Bash 'em, lads. That was, what's it called? Stronghold, right? You need to play the Dungeon Siege 2 Center, so we can play Dungeon Siege 3. Because I know you want to play the previous one first before playing 3. I actually wonder though, for anyone who has played Dungeon Siege 3, do you know what the maximum amount of players you can have is? I know you can do it 2-player, but I don't know if you can have more than 2 players. To be honest, if you had more than 2 players, it would probably be not very fun. But just because both players have to be on the screen at the same time, and it's not very zoomed out, so like if you have a long-range character and a short-range character, sometimes in fights, like one of them is keeping the other one from running into melee range, etc. Gotta make a melee dude. I feel like if I was gonna play Dungeon Siege 2 or replay Dungeon Siege 1, I would probably just use EXP multiplier cheats, because that was kind of the biggest problem that Dungeon Siege 1 had, was the nature of how leveling up skills worked, combined with the very limited ways that you could actually, like, the limited amount of grinding that you could do. So if you weren't, like, really particular about your EXP maxing, you'll run into issues in the late game for sure. And even in the mid game, it can be problematic. You only played Dungeon Siege 1? Well, I played 3 ages ago, and I played 1 as a request, and I have 2 as well, but I haven't played 2. I thoroughly enjoy Dungeon Siege 3 though, but a lot of people apparently just shat on Dungeon Siege 3 because it's not as good as the original Dungeon Siege 1. But then I played Dungeon Siege 1 and I was like, what's so special about this? Like, apparently the multiplayer is really good though, and I'm guessing that's what they were going on. Because apparently the multiplayer in Dungeon Siege was really good at the time. I just had to jump up for a second there. I really need to get a new headset, goddamn. Like the synth they're using? Well, the person who did the soundtrack for this did the Mystic Quest soundtrack as well, I believe. I don't know if you played Mystic Quest. I haven't. But how do I actually get back to where she is? Can I even get back there, like, from this way? No, that's just the entrance. I'm not leaving the mountain. I need to go to Zora's room. Should we redeem Mystic Quest? If you want. I don't. As far as I understand it, Mystic Quest is not a great game. It's an okay game. It's a very, very dated JRPG. And people have some pretty intense nostalgia for it. I don't know if it's really actually bad mechanically. I've just heard that it is dated. It does have great music as far as I know. I've heard a couple tracks from it. I mean, technically I've seen speedruns of it. And maybe if I talk to the girls, they'll have something to say to me now. Pure ring. Damn. What do Soma's boots do? They raise speed. Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. In a lot of old RPGs, you can just like cheese otherwise late game difficult bosses with just like a cure spell or whatever, because it's included in so many RPGs for healing to hurt the undead. Like in Final Fantasy II, I think there is a repeatable boss that you can farm by just chucking Phoenix Downs at him and exiting and re-entering the room. I remember it was Final Fantasy 1 that had that one. Like, even Final Fantasy 8 had one. There's a couple of bosses in that game that are actually undead. You just chuck a Phoenix down on them and you win. Or an X potion. 7 had a couple bosses like that. I don't remember in 9. Does Final Fantasy 9 have any, like... Actually, yeah, the Zombie Dragon. Zombie Dragon and, which isn't, it's actually not a boss, it's just a mini-boss random encounter. And I think the actual boss that follows, like the boss of that area where you find the Zombie Dragon is also undead, I think. Yeah, 7 had a couple, but it doesn't really matter in any of them anyway, because none of those bosses are particularly difficult. Actually, no. The one in Final Fantasy IX that I was talking about, that I'm not going to mention the name or location of, because spoilers, that boss sucks ass if you don't just elixir it. I don't know, it's always been common knowledge for me, I feel. It's because it's something that doesn't come from Final Fantasy. It's something that I think just comes from old RPGs in general. What does heaven do? Let's consult the guide. Oh, it's just the first mid-tier... It's the low-tier AoE light damage spell. Jeek? What does Jeek do? Let's see. Jeek isn't even on this list. Pollux summons the water god's fury. Let's see if that one's on this list. Let's see. Water damage all. Yeah, I don't know why that just isn't listed. But, okay. I cast bollocks! Let's see what bollocks is. That's... It does void damage to one target. Most of the random nonsense spells are just void damage at high MP cost. And you know what's sad? Kaze isn't even wind damage. But there is a couple joke ones as far as I understand it, like there is Fart, and it does wind damage for 1 MP, and the animation is like a brown, cloudy thing. So it's like very clearly an intended joke. I don't know how to get up there. What do you want from me? Do I have to like leave the entire? I guess I would just leave in the whole dungeon. I don't know. I need to get to that side of the mountain. Alright, I'm just fucking consulting the guide. Let's see. 5d6. Soma. Mantra Peak. Oh my god. You just have to go back to her after and go, like, you just have to talk to her again after talking to the mistresses, but specifically don't ask any questions. Just say that you don't have any questions, and that's how you progress the story here. Tilla is the instant death single target spell. It's kind of funny. Why did she use Tilla to send us down here, though? Because she obviously didn't kill us. Like, we're not actually dead. We just fell down the hole. Because you gotta remember, in this universe, Limbo is a real physical place. It's just a subterranean cave. And you can just come down here. But when people die, their ghosts just come down to this cave, and they just chill here for a while until they get sent down to the netherworld. It could definitely use a remaster, yeah. I feel like the game could have just used more time in the oven. Who the fuck are these people? They look like they're cultists. I guess we get to beat the shit out of them. This is the first time anyone's given us lip. Yeah, they're just cultists. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's one of those games, you know, where it really could use a remaster or something, but like it wouldn't get it because it just isn't nearly popular enough. The games that get remasters are usually games that don't need it. That's just how it is, though. I mean, it's a boat. Just sail where you want to sail it to. This game definitely has all of the framework for something that could be really good. It's just... Obviously they had a lot of time actually. Apparently this game was in development for a long time. But they were probably low on staff and maybe it changed hands, who knows. Either way, it certainly didn't get the attention, the time and money that it needed to be polished up. Like, if this was an early SNES game by Square, I would just dismiss everything outright as, oh yeah, it's just an older RPG. This is before they did the other ones, right? But it's not. Like, this is the last RPG, this is the last game that Square made for the Super Nintendo. It's 2 years after Final Fantasy VI. And it's got a lot of jank that just shouldn't be there. Mariner the Mermaid. The egg of one of our guardian deities. Something tells me that carrying the egg through hell is probably not good for its health. And he just dives into the pool of blood. Okay. Guess I'll get back on the boat. Like, it's not like it's bad games getting re-releases that would, like, popular games getting re-releases. That isn't a bad thing, or something like that. It's just, like, there are some games that would really benefit from it, like, they would probably do well, or a lot better than they did, like, when they originally released. Especially if they just got a little bit of work, a little bit of extra time to put into the mechanics or whatever. And they could be really good. But those games are usually games that didn't really sell that well in the first place. And that means it's probably just, it's rare that a game that sells poorly gets like a proper remaster. More boiling sounds, yeah. Boiling blood of hell. Although, it's not boiling. This is actually a recording of cold water. Yeah, I'll be curious to see that Rido HD. I mean, generally speaking, I'm not big on, like, full-blown remakes. Remaking remaking the game, like, from the ground up in an entirely different way. That's kind of different to, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake is kind of an exception. Like, most of the time when games get remade, they just get polished up a bit, really. Even if it is remade from the ground up, it's still mostly the same game, just with some extra features or bits and pieces removed or added. Like, Zodiac Age, or something. And I know that one's based on another PS2 version, yeah. But, like, it's still the same game in pretty much every way. It's just some things are being changed and reworked and polished. The egg. Alright, I got 4 party members. So I'm guessing that she's gonna be a mage-leaning character. And she uses spears. Rapiers is this character, the redhead girl, but she can also use crossbows, so she's using crossbows. She's also mostly a mage. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the stats on her. 44. Okay, so she's a... How does he have more spirit? Maybe spirit isn't just magic attack or something. Because, like, he does not do as much damage with spells as Riza does. I don't know. I don't know how a lot of the shit in this game works. Most things are just not explained. So... yeah. Brusty's Lair? Tickle the beast with your royal tail. Yeah, apparently. Rusty. This is a reskin, though. Check out the nose, though. He smells you coming. He smells you coming before you even leave the house. Actually, no, I'll make her use power up. Evergrace NPC? Well, that did okay damage, I guess. No, Cold Breath. That's pretty strong. Men. That's the name of an actual spell in the game? Men. Could be worse. There's that goatsy spell. Men. Oh no, men! My only weakness! How did you know? Only the chosen could pass Brusty's trial. So this explains the tree. I don't. It just makes me think of that. Whoa, Jesus! It's an old Japanese cup noodles commercial. Like I don't remember what brand it was. There's just this huge buff dude like making the noodles, and he's like, "Man, man, man!" and he just keeps screaming that out the whole time. He's making these noodles and then throwing them into a pot. And I have no fucking idea what the context of this is. He's not saying ramen, he's just saying men. Maybe that is what he's going for, who knows? Men is noodles? Oh, okay. There's the context. So he's just screaming, "Noodles! Noodles! Noodles!" as he's making noodles. Hilariously cursed. Oh, this is one of the Arnold Schwarzenegger ones. I haven't seen it in so long, I didn't realize it was one of his ones. He's done so many ads in... He's done so many ads in Japan. It's actually kind of funny. How's it going, Driftwood? Man is also a strike to the head in martial arts. Which martial arts? What language? What? I'm gonna need more context on that one. You know, you can just heal every time, and you can just attack every time. I'm doing alright. Slowly getting through this one. We're getting closer to the end. This is the third character's storyline of 3, but then I'm assuming there's a bonus one afterwards where they all tie together. Guragaya. Sure, we'll inscribe the Guragaya. What does Jeek do again? Single target holy damage. Hit him in the Jeek. I feel like we've been bamboozled. Hey, look who it is. Kurgan. He'll be weak to light for sure. Wait, Soa is which one? He used the defensive spell. Soa isn't light, is it? No, Soa is light, okay. So he reacted to me using, I mean, he might have just done it anyway, but he used a light defense spell. Dees. Just a placeholder for now. Did you have a game in the queue? Actually? I thought you did. Let's take a look. Yeah, you do. It's actually not that far away, too. You can only have one game in the queue, though. So I'll refund those. You could, you're welcome to boost a game, but only one game in the queue at a time. Otherwise, it gets a little bit out of hand a little quickly. Hang on. I'll just, who? Unban request. Oh, man. I kind of forgot about this. I don't even remember. Let's see. Hang on a second. No, it wasn't Kingdom Hearts guy. I didn't ban him. He just unfollowed. There we go. Hang on a second. I gotta have a look at this unban request. This was oh yeah. I mean, I haven't played the Live Alive games or whatever, Live Alive, whatever. Yeah, I remember who this guy was. He oh man. You know, I'm not gonna call out the name or anything, but he was kind of weirdly like simping out with someone else in chat, and yeah, it was an odd time. He was just getting particularly annoying. I'm not gonna go into detail. I don't want anyone witch hunting or whatever. It was one of those guys' night. One of those guys. I didn't ban them both or something. It was just one who stuck around. Like, one of them pissed off as soon as I started talking shit about the game. And the other guy, though, that's quite the shitpost he left for me. I'll treasure it. Apparently, me banning him, though, means I need to go and see a psychologist. Nah, it was actually just recently. It was Devil Survivor. He was a Devil Survivor superfan who, he became increasingly annoying after I started saying the story was shit. Or rather, the writing was shit. And I just banned him, like, after stream. And apparently, he'd never followed, even, by the way. So, like, he's one of those people that stalks the directory and only watches people playing the game that they are obsessed with while they're playing it and streaming in that game, and then as soon as they're gone, right? But, and that's fine. Lots of people are like that. But he was one of the particularly over-enthusiastic ones that just become really, really annoying to deal with, especially when they can't admit that some things just aren't good anymore or haven't aged, or, you know, that there can be faults in a game that you like. Oh. And he was just becoming increasingly antagonistic as I was getting into it. So, just banned him, like, didn't even think about it. But, like, banned him after stream so it wouldn't cause drama during chat. But apparently, he took that as me, like, flipping out. Or something. Like, oh man, you're just fucking annoying. Oh, yeah. Kind of, yeah. He and that other person were, like, really simping out on, like, two of the voice actors in particular. And then I'm like, the voice acting isn't actually terrible. The writing is terrible and cringe, but, like, the voice acting isn't terrible, but it isn't amazing either. It's just people fucking casually talking. And she's dead. I love it when the boss gets the last and then the first round. He doesn't quite top Digital Devil Saga guy though. The one was extra funny. The Digital Devil Saga guy, though, was, like, on another level. I feel like I'll probably never see shitposting of that tier again. SMT fans are a disgrace. Honestly, I haven't really encountered much in the way of toxic SMT fans. It's pretty much just the Digital Devil Saga guy. Like, some people, I'm sure, would be a dick if I was actually talking to them about the game or something. But most of the time, SMT games just have a lot of lurkers. Persona fans coming in when I'm playing literally anything that isn't Persona and trying to sell me on Persona, though, that one is... that's a cancer. It's a cancer that should be removed from this world. No, that's another one, Lozo. That's just another dude. Yeah, Persona's a cult. They're like... Trails fans. But Trails fans aren't, like, as in-your-face about it as Persona fans are. Persona fans are like the vegans of video games. Fire Emblem fans are also pretty bad, but it's like only when I'm playing... the Fire Emblem fans don't just come up all the time, though. Like, they're not everywhere. So, like, you play any RPG, you never know when Persona fans are gonna pop up and be like, hey! Have you played Persona 5? It's, like, the best game ever made! But then, the Fire Emblem fans will be like, you're playing something vaguely strategy-related, and they'll pop up and be like, hey, have you played Fire Emblem? It's like this game! And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really that interested in Fire Emblem. And then they get argumentative. That's the thing. That's the thing with the Fire Emblem fans. It's not enough that it's not enough for me to say that I'm not interested in Fire Emblem. Like, they have to argue with me and tell me why I'm wrong to be not interested in Fire Emblem. Hey, Comac, how's it going? What if it's Advance Wars? Yeah, I had Fire Emblem people coming in when I was playing Advance Wars. Yeah, I don't know, man. Certain fan bases are just... Maybe, you know what, maybe there are fan bases that I belong to, I guess, that are much the same, but they just don't show up in places that I go to. All fan bases are assholes? I wouldn't say that at all. Some fan bases are really inviting and mostly friendly. Some fan bases are really gatekeepy and just generally shit to be around. But all of them have got assholes and all of them have got nice people, obviously. But not all of them are as bad as the others. Like, some of them are just... Like when trying to get into a new game or something, like into a game that has a bad fan base, sucks. Because they'll be like, instead of helping you, they'll be like, calling you a noob, right? That's kind of the difference, I suppose. Sometimes, like, especially with online games, some games have got like a really welcoming community overall, and you won't encounter many assholes. And for the most part, like, people are generally willing to be helpful, they'll give you information, that kind of thing. But then there are other ones where, like, if you ask a question, you'll be told to fuck off. Most likely. The thing is, with the Souls games, I've not had any bad experience. That's the thing. People always say the Souls community is really bad. But, like, I've never had bad experiences with Souls community. And I've like streamed those games, like all multiple times too. I know there's lots of memes of get good and stuff. Like, I'm aware of the memes, but I haven't actually like had someone ever come in here and be like, huh, you died, you're fucking shit. This boss is easy. I've never had that with a Souls game. Yeah, from my experience, Souls community is pretty chill and like more just into it, and not like they might maybe getting pushy, getting other people to play the game. I haven't encountered that though. But I've not encountered like malicious get good, haha you're shit, any kind of thing. I've never encountered anything like that. Get so many abusive messages from invaders. Yeah, I think most Souls fans kind of like just watching people, like on Twitch specifically. Most Souls people on Twitch just like seeing people do it for the first time blind, specifically. And at most, they might get upset that they're looking up info. I've seen that. But they just leave. But maybe I've just been lucky. I like watching people play Souls games for the first time too. I'm not gonna get mad if you look stuff up there. Yeah, okay, in Dark Souls 1, like, when doing PvP, I got a couple of messages, I guess, that were pretty, like, pretty toxic, but, like, it was mostly, like, that was it. Like, I didn't get beyond that, because, like, after Dark Souls 1 with Games Windows Live, I think you couldn't, like, because Games Windows Live was the medium in which you would message people that you invaded. Depends on how much you hate backseaters. I don't know. I didn't really find. Maybe it's because I already know what I'm doing for the most part. So, like in Souls games, so you know, who's gonna backseat me? Like, who's gonna backseat me? I already know what the stats do. I already know what. Well, apparently Undertale fans are really bad, but they stay contained within their community. Like, apparently streaming Undertale for the first time is a nightmare. Resistance is the best stat. Yeah, apparently so is, what is it called? It's like an online space ship trading MMO thing. I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, FF14 is really bad for it. I think it must be Eve. Like, I know a guy who he used to be like mega obsessed with it. Now he just he plays it still, but not as much. And he was telling me about all of the bullshit. Apparently that game, yeah, it has a reputation. It has a reputation. But, as with any community, there are good and bad people in it. Damn! Too bad that cloud was at the bottom to stop you seeing any of that happening, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, every community has got a bunch of awful and a bunch of nice people, but that's why you can't just, like, hate a game because of its fan base. Like, I would happily play Undertale. I've just heard that playing it for the first time on stream is going to be a pretty shit experience. Who are the bad apples of my community? But I'm not a video game fan base. So I don't think that counts. Like, yeah, I think I would gauge it on, like, for online games, I would gauge it by, like, what is the likelihood of you asking, like, in a public channel, asking a question about something in game or asking for help? How likely you would be to receive help or receive an answer, or if people would ignore you or shitpost instead. Like, in some games, if you ask a question in a public chat, you will get shit on. In some games, if you ask a question in a public chat, you'll probably have someone, like, answer the question and ask if you need any help because you're new. Came from beyond the heavens. Yeah, WoW is pretty bad for that. The public chats in WoW are just awful. But there's plenty of really chill, friendly people that play the game. But they don't bother with the public chats. The public chats are shitposting. MOBAs, it is gonna be largely depending on where you are asking. If you're asking questions about game mechanics in the middle of a game, people are probably going to talk shit in, well, I'll say most MOBAs. But I think it's a 50-50. I think it's a 50-50. It depends on how dumb the question is. If you ask a question on, like outside the game, though, in MOBAs, I feel like people are pretty helpful. The shitposting is pretty largely contained to, I mean, I don't know how bad League is now, but, like, in Dota, I found the shitposting was pretty largely contained to losing games. Like, all of that angry shitposting just happened in the game when people are pissed off and losing. And that's not a good thing, obviously. But, like, if you were to, say, go onto a Dota forum and ask questions about Dota mechanics, you would probably find that people are very receptive. What was the WoW weapon? Dirge? There is a weapon called Dirge in WoW. I would need more context. I could probably answer a lot of questions about WoW, but I would need more specific questions. I played that game a lot. Although I also, just going back to Dota and League there, I'll say this, as someone who has played thousands of hours in both Dota and League is infinitely more toxic. It's so much worse. So much worse. And there are reasons for this, but holy shit. It's baffling. Not saying that the Dota 2 community is, like, amazing and super friendly, but compared to the League of Legends community, holy fuck. Part of it was just simply the threat of low priority queue that kept people in line for Dota. But I have encountered so much less shitposting and raging and all of that shit in Dota than I have in League. And that's a pretty fucking big sample size too. But I also mostly played Dota on the Australian servers, and I mostly played League of Legends on the American servers, because they didn't have Australian servers for a very long time. Yeah, I've heard that in the EU servers on most like online PvP games, you'll have like Russian players joining on servers that are not on the Eastern European side. They'll like join a game on a UK server or something, and then shitpost and complain about lag. But like, that's just weird to me, because like they have their own servers and the game's really popular there. It's kind of like in North American servers, you get heaps of South American people joining and complaining about the lag and all that. But it's like, in some cases, it's because they don't have their own servers down there, and that's whatever. Well, complaining about the lag is kind of just on you at that point. And over here, we had, because in Dota, we had servers in Australia off the bat. So there was servers, there's like multiple servers in Australia, multiple servers in Southeast Asia, multiple servers in China, multiple servers on East Asia. Like there were servers all over Asia. Dota was really popular in China. But the weird thing was, on the Australian servers, sometimes you would just, actually really frequently, like I want to say it was like maybe 1 in 5 games, depending on what time you were playing. Like if it was in the evening, it was like 1 in 5 games. You would get a Chinese guy who would just yell at people on microphone and like bitch about ping. And the only reason you know he's talking about ping is because the text will be all Chinese except for 200 ms or some bullshit. And they'll just yell at people on microphone until you mute them. It's like, why the fuck are you even on this server? You've got like 20 servers that are more populated than this one, and you chose to come here to suffer. Australian servers are rare. I think, well, it's not just the fact that like not many people would play on them, because between Australia and New Zealand, there just isn't really that many people. But hosting servers in Australia is quite expensive, I think, compared to most other countries. Maybe they love to suffer? I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe that's what they were screaming to me. And I just couldn't understand, because I don't speak anything but English, actually. But he certainly didn't. They certainly don't sound very happy about it. Sometimes you get some random broken English thrown in there in the insults, like fuck you and stuff like that. But like, usually it was just like angry ranting in Chinese. But it just made me wonder why the fuck, like, why are you even on this server? Like, you chose to be here. It's like walking into McDonald's just to be like, man, it smells like fucking fried beef patties in here. Oh, this is disgusting. Why did I come in here? Ah. And you could have just, you could have just not gone in there. You chose to go in there. You chose to suffer. And then the entire time that you're doing the thing that you chose to do and had every opportunity to leave, you just complain about it the whole time. Sleeping tree. Yeah, sort of. So, like, in FF14, I got a lot of people who got really angry about, like, mundane things like dialogue choices that don't actually have any consequence. And, like, me not being, like, not having an over-the-top reaction to one thing or another happening. Like, I had a fair few, like, I guess, people expecting me to cry or something. I'd be like, oh my god! Over, like, a plot reveal that I had already anticipated 10 hours ago. You know? But that's... FF14 Twitch community is fucked like that. It's... They... This is why Twitch, the company, has got special rules for people who are applying for partner that also play Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, oh, that's the thing. They wouldn't tell me to pick the right thing, Error. They would be like, just not saying anything, and then I would pick. Like, these are completely inconsequential dialogue choices, and usually, no matter what you say, the NPC's response is the same. But they'll just sit there and not say anything, and then I'll say the wrong dialogue choice. I'm like, what? How could you? Why'd you pick that? It's like, because it doesn't matter. How's it going, Dance? Good morning. There was a lot of that. And there was a lot of people being like, thinking that, like, annoyed that I didn't react enough, like, hard enough to a big plot thing or whatever. Like, it's weird with FF14. It is really weird. You didn't call out his name! He didn't say the quote! Yeah, I don't know. People wanting to... Like, if you want canned reactions, just fucking watch YouTube reaction videos. How do you not know how to play the game? I haven't had that one. I've had a couple of people in some other games just like be a bit like, wow, I've never seen someone struggle with this. And it's like, yeah, you're clearly just talking shit. But like, okay. I guess you came in and you just decided that you wanted to be a troll, but like, super mild. I guess like they want to be a troll, but like, they don't want to commit, right? They're not going to go all in. They'll say something mildly trolly. So they kind of just come off as a bit of a cunt. Is one of the 3 starting chapters? It is. This is the 3rd one for me. I mean, I have had people who get angry about choices one way or another in other games. Being like, how could you not get this character, like... Oh, actually, one of them was in... Path... what's it called? Wrath of the Righteous. In Wrath of the Righteous, I had a few people who were, like, pretty... like upset about my choices in certain cases. And there was one in particular who got like really upset that I didn't recruit the furry fox girl because she's so cute and funny. And like after that first conversation with her, I was like, immediately, I was like, I don't want anything to do with this character. I don't care what she's offering me. I'm not doing her quest. And left. I didn't realize she was a recruitable character. And someone got really upset that I didn't recruit her. Oh shit. Quit. I did not get the furry. She seems instantly seemed really annoying. Instantly seemed annoying. I didn't even know that, because she was appearing as a human when you first meet her. I didn't even know it was a recruitable character or whatever. I did try the fart spell, yeah. And she's just a super energetic, squeaky, funny, quirky character. She's so silly, and that's just her. That's just the character, that's just what she is. And upon seeing that, after the cutscene where you introduced to her, I was just like, yeah, no fucking way, I'm not having you in my party. You could leave now. And just didn't accept her quest. And that was it. Apparently, and then I was told later that it's actually a recruitable character, and I was like, I'm glad I didn't recruit her. But yeah, apparently people were not pleased with that. Still haven't finished Kingmaker? I haven't played Kingmaker. Apparently Kingmaker is not as good as Wrath of the Righteous, but the combat and class building and in Wrath of the Righteous is kind of just garbage anyway. Like, the customization is pretty hollow, so I wouldn't go back and play Kingmaker, unless I was just playing it for the story, because the writing in Wrath of the Righteous was really good. It was just the gameplay that was kind of shit. Like, the customization for classes just feels completely hollow, because there's only 2 stats in the game, and it's like, yeah, that's fun. That's so fun. Which physical attacker class can get the most +1 accuracy passives? Woo! No. Wrath of the Righteous was requested. Like, it's such a shame in a way, because I really liked the writing, and I thought the plot was pretty good, even though it was clearly very rushed at the end, and seemed a bit unfinished. The writing was quite good, and the character interactions were quite good as well. I really liked some of the characters, especially Regil. That guy is fucking awesome. But yeah, gameplay-wise, not so much. There's like so much of nothing. There's just so fucking much of nothing. You just like, you got like such a massive amount of seeming customization, but all of it is nothing. And it's just like, oh, that's fun. It's like Path of Exile's talent tree, where like, it's massive. And you got like hundreds of points to spend on, not hundreds actually. You got a lot of points to spend on. But like 3 or 4 of those nodes that you get will impact your playstyle. And the rest of it is mostly just +1% increases. Like almost like 95% or more of the points are just spent on 1% gains. And then you'll only be getting those to be able to get to the build enabling things, because they're all spread out. And the build enabling ones will change how you play, but that's like only a few. 123 at level 100? Yeah, but I mean, who gets to level 100, right? I know some people do, but most people don't bother getting to level 100, do they? They certainly didn't when I was really into the game, because it took so long. Like, to get to... Once you hit 90, the diminishing returns on experience was so intense that it was just a complete fucking waste of time. But anyway, like, I don't know what it's like now, but that's how it was when I was big into the game. But like you get a lot of points to spend, but really what you're doing is, other than the, you know, the core ones that you get from the labyrinth or whatever, the class-specific talents that you only get a few of, other than those, you're pretty much just picking a few major nodes that can reach each other. And that's kind of it. Like, your customization is in the spells that you choose to use more than anything. And the talent tree is just huge for no reason. Like, it's huge for basically no reason at all. Like, I really like having a talent tree, but like, I like a talent tree where I'm picking which way I want to go to take different skills or something. Like, say, funnily enough, it's not a talent tree. So like, many people here have played WoW in like vanilla through Wrath of the Lich King, how it had a talent tree system, which is pretty standard, like Diablo or whatever. But there was only like 1 or 2 skills that you would get out of them, and the rest of it was mostly passives that didn't really impact how you played. They were mostly just small increases, or just improve the damage of something that you have to use anyway. So the talent trees really didn't do anything. But then they changed it in Cataclysm, so instead of having a tree, you had, depending on which spec you were, multiple like sets of 3 that you could pick from. But you can only take 1 out of each of the sets of 3. So like, you did have actual like customization rather than being forced to just, you know, if you're an arms warrior, you just get Mortal Strike. It's mandatory. You get all the passive damage increases that are in there. It's mandatory. And then you get all the passive damage increases that you can get from Fury. That's it. You're not going to make a hybrid build that uses all kinds of different things and different trees, because hybrid builds like that are just trash. Like, that's just choosing to be really bad, because you'll never be able to get anything worthwhile unless you invest into predominantly 1 spec. Obviously there are some outliers to that, but yeah. The cluster jewels are the like traits that you can only put into certain places on the thing, and like for it you had to like pay out the arse for any decent one, because they also had randomly generated stats. I remember back in Legacy League when I first started playing, there was like one big Y/N question about when making a build. It's like, do you have money, is this energy shield? Because at that point, health was shit. That's it. Health is shit. Because there was no additional modifiers. You could only get so much with even the best gear. So if you wanted to a decent build, you basically had to focus on energy shield, which means you might as well take that talent that made it so you only have 1 health and it increases your energy shield, but you only have 1 health. So you had to take the necklace that made chaos damage or whatever it's called not pierce through shield, or chaos damage would instantly kill you. That's PoE 2 at the moment. I think my other problem with these games though is that, like, I have no interest in the loot treadmill. So, like, beyond beating the story, I don't really care. So, like, you know, I played through Titan Quest and I'm playing Grim Dawn at the moment. Been playing those with a debuff, and that's been good fun. But, like, you know, I'm not gonna beat Grim Dawn and then go into whatever expert mode, which is after it's New Game Plus. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm just happy to play through the game and enjoy it for what it is, and then stop. I don't need to just grind endlessly. Like, why would I want to do that? My interest in grinding is purely a means to an end, to be able to access or do something that I want to do. Like, if I have to do a bit of grinding to be able to fight a super boss, I'm okay with that. But, like, that's it. Like, beyond that, beyond a means to an end, the end being a super boss, I had no interest in grinding, right? Yeah, I mean, some people love the loot treadmill. Some people absolutely love the loot treadmill. And I mean, I was into it for a little while with Diablo 3, because a friend of mine gave it to me, so he had someone to play with. And I ended up getting into it a decent amount. But, like, after a while, I just got pretty bored. I didn't have all the DLC for Titan Quest. I just had Immortal Throne or whatever. I don't know what spells I'm casting right now. Okay, that thing went down pretty easily. Hey, pup, how's it going? Like, yeah, anyway, I got pretty into the loot treadmill in Diablo 3 for a little while, but it gets pretty old pretty fast. Like, you know, after I've fought the bosses a handful of times, I'm kind of just over it. Like, the jar is empty. Put something in the jar to proceed. So I'm guessing I actually have to do this dungeon on her, because I haven't had to do this on the other 2 characters. But, like, Diablo 2 I enjoyed playing, even though I never finished the main story. I just enjoyed making characters and playing through the first few acts with my friends, because they would always want to make new characters, so I would just make new ones and we would start from the beginning again. You know, that was fun. Partially fun because it's just playing with friends. But, like, the combat is pretty uninteresting to me, especially since, like, usually in pretty much all of those games, right, you usually have one skill that you use to attack, because it's most efficient to go all in on one skill than to have, like, 3 skills kind of evenly leveled. The exception to that being having like a mobility skill that you use purely to get around. And spamming one skill with a control scheme that I don't like gets kind of old pretty quick. But these games can be fun to play with friends because they're mostly pretty mindless and you can shit talk while playing around with something that's pretty action-packed, and you'll end up being, you end up having fun with it for a while. I couldn't play it for 100 hours, but I would happily play through it, especially if I had co-op friends. Probably like PoE 2. I'd probably like PoE 2 just purely by the virtue of it having WASD controls. I've been enjoying Grim Dawn because it has a dodge button, actually. Grim Dawn has a dodge button, just a short cooldown, and your character like dashes in the direction of your cursor, and you get a few iframes on it. And that alone makes the combat quite a lot more engaging. It's funny because I quite like twin stick shooters, which are essentially the same fucking thing, except they allow for either WASD or for controller support, right? Really fun, but not common genre. But those games are very rarely leaning on the loot treadmill, whereas Diablo and Diablo clones are designed to be a loot treadmill. They have, in the case of Diablo, they have a solid story mode to go through as well, but like after that, the only thing left is playing on Nightmare +5 riffs and getting like 3,000% loot bonus and getting like 1 billion items per kill, and all of it's garbage. You'll have to get at least 3 billion items before you find something that's useful. King Bear! That's why modern Diablo is boring? I don't know, that's just all Diablo to me. The Diablo 2, I never reached post-game, so I never actually really hit the loot treadmill. But like, the only reason I even know that Diablo 2 was, like, because I had some friends that were really into Diablo 2, and they used to play it online all the time. And that was long before I played it. They're like, talking about their grinding for rare drops and shit, and it's like, damn, you must really like that game. King Bear. Oh, it's a claw weapon. Damn, it's a big upgrade for him too, and he already hits really hard. Biotanks. Probably should have read that, but I'm lazy. Already went down there. I had a lot of fun playing, what's it called? Darksiders Genesis, which I would really like to replay, actually co-op, because I played it single player. But it's a really fun one. It has the same problem of, like, it has a hard mode, like Nightmare mode, but because it leans pretty hard into the RPG elements compared to, say, Darksiders 1 and 3, the nightmare mode is kind of just like higher level enemies, which is kind of silly. But if you play on anything other than that, it's just reasonably good pacing in general. I don't know what I'm supposed to put into that. Oh wait, this is probably I'll actually read this. I am not reading, like, not writing any of that down. So where are the biotanks? It is. It's me, Combo. I feel like I must have missed a path. Already unlocked biotank in FF14? What is biotank in FF14? Rat. Go into the jar. I need to get that key, but I can't, like, just walk over there. Yeah, I saw, and I'm probably not going to do it, to be honest. I've done that kind of content too many times already, and it just gets so old so quickly. Yeah, there's another Eureka. It's so old so quickly. It's so grindy. Maybe I can... I forget how to get to that one. That one's if I get to the top and climb down the ladder. Can't actually access that jar. I wanted to interact with the jars. Or the pots, whatever. That and, like, relic weapons are totally useless to me. Am I trying to find a ghost to put it into the jar? Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Yeah, I've read the books. That didn't help. One of them tells me about biotanks. It's mostly just... So, like, the biotanks thing is going to be a thing eventually, but... Yeah, maybe that's like a hidden door. Nope. Oh, no, it is! Next to it. That's some good thinking there, pup. Lars. But, this isn't the way forward. Good weapon, though. I don't know, I guess I can just look it up, but... Stay away from the ghosts that come out at night. Are they ghosts that come out during the day? Oh, I don't think I came out the front like this, actually. That's pretty sus looking. Can I even fucking leave this place? I can't, like... The ghosts apparently come out at night. How did I get in here in the first place? Yeah, I mean, it could be a hidden wall, you're right. Actually, I should try that. I hope it isn't. But it could be. Let's see. This ladder doesn't go anywhere. There's obviously a passageway behind the bookcase there. But, like, I can't reach that. I can't interact with these bookcases, other than that one to say, I must put something in the jar. What the fuck am I gonna put in the jar? Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna look at the guide. So I have to actually leave to cause a plot trigger. I don't remember how I got in the first place, though. I don't think I can... Oh, I can walk out this way. I thought I couldn't walk out this way. Yeah, the trigger was to try and leave. And I guess I have to come back at night. Who are you, Glub? Why doesn't she say Glub? How's it going, people? Eggs. Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess I just don't have Mariner anymore. Also, I like that they've got water just all over the place, yet they've also got a pool here, which is just in a giant pool of water. We heard you like pools, so we put a pool in your pool. It's the Fokker! Weird. She can't equip bows. She can equip crossbows, but not bows. Thank you, Glub. Lala's got another pure ring. I guess the only way that he can have a shield is if he's using a dagger. Daggers are not great, though. Welcome glove. Yeah, I can't buy spirits anymore. Kind of weird that you can only buy them in like one town that I've noticed. I guess I haven't checked the item shop in many of the towns though. There's a lot that I just didn't check it in. I usually check the equipment shop and not the item shop. Really? Wait, which Dragon Quest game lets you have bows and shields on? I mean, it's not like you couldn't have a shield on your back or something. It would just be unnecessary weight. And you wouldn't be able to fight with the bow if you're in a position to be using a shield anyway. Like, either having a shield strap, like a light shield strapped to your arm, which would definitely be an impediment for someone trying to fire a bow, or a, like a heavier shield that's like strapped to your back, but that isn't that useful, because you'd have to pull it off. But like, you can't use both of those weapons at the same time. Like, having something strapped to your back while using something else is not the same as actually having that thing, right? I mean, who in 8 used bows? Yangus used axes and hammers. Angelo uses rapiers, cudgels. Can Angelo use bows as well? So, am I meant to come back here now or something? No, I actually don't need to come back here. But yeah, like, archers, for the most part, probably would not be carrying a shield. Gamora City. Why did the dog say that? Yeah, but it's not really, the thing is, you're not really very likely to be using a heavy two-handed weapon. Just in general. Like, outside of, like a dueling kind of situation, right? And even then, you're less likely. Harvest seed. Two shields, hell yeah. That's the best setup. All right. Wait, what's down this way? Oh, I see. Yeah, you can dual wield shields in Dark Souls. I think all the Souls games you can. Oh wait, I think I just whatever. That's an optional thing. I don't need to do that anyway. I think all the Dark Souls games you can dual wield shields. It's not exactly a very sound strategy unless you're playing Dark Souls 3 though, where you're using the dual shield weapons. As cool as it is, it's useless in Dark Souls anyway. Having a shield in your left hand is good. Having a shield in your right hand is just a really bad weapon. Wait, this is also the wrong place. The funny thing is that you would see a lot of, though, in Dark Souls and Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls, is people dual-wielding weapons, because there's literally no reason to do that at all. It's just a hindrance. It's all bad. There's no positive. And it was like an instant... If I saw someone invade me that had, like, dual-wielding weapons, it was usually dual katanas. And it was just like instant, lol, 2 cats. Because it's you know that they don't know what they're doing if they're dual wielding in Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls. Also nice, this BGM. In Dark Souls 2 they introduced power stancing, so you could actually dual wield. And in Dark Souls 3, you couldn't dual wield bows. I mean, actually, I suppose technically you could, but like you couldn't dual wield anything that required 2 hands. You needed to have both hands on it to shoot a bow. You could dual wield crossbows though. Anyway, yeah, in Dark Souls 2 they introduced the ability to power stance, so you could have 2 at the same weapon type, or just like similar weapon types. Dual wielded, and you could attack with both of them at the same time. And then in Dark Souls 3, they got rid of that, but they made it so certain weapons were dual wield weapons. Like, you could wield one of them in one hand if you wanted to, but they came as a pair and they took up 1 item slot. And it was the same in Elden Ring, I think. Pretty sure it is the same in Elden Ring. I'm gonna go make a coffee. What did I dual wield? I dual wielded a lot of things. Because I've played Dark Souls, all of them, so many times over. I've done many, many builds with different weapons. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, picking one favorite game, I feel is a bit impossible for someone who has like played a lot of games. Oops. Wait, what was downstairs in there again? PERNxxTV 2 is a great game. Oh, that's right. Click holding is the best game. Click holding is legendary. Yeah, that tastes change, but I think there are lots of games that I could say I really, really like, but, you know, it's difficult to compare, like, things of totally different genres. Hidden entrances, it says. For some reason the dogs here can talk. Yeah, that is some big brain enlightened ideal, but I would still hard disagree. There are bad games out there that appeal to no one. They're intentionally bad. Yeah, and there's a lot of games that fit that bill. That's for sure. Because I can't drop in there or something. Why can all the dogs here speak? If I could only play one game for the rest of my life, what would it be? I don't think there is a game that I would be content to play for the rest of my life. If I only had one game to play for the rest of my life, I'd probably just stop playing video games. Even the games that I really, really like, there's only so much that I would be willing to play them. Like, the games that I like a lot... Oh, Thundertail is a gun. Whatever. Actually... Oh, it's actually weaker. Like, even like Dark Souls or something, like one of the Dark Souls games. Dark Souls 1's my favorite, but I wouldn't even pick Dark Souls 1. I would pick maybe like... It would have to be a game that has a huge amount of replayability. So it would have to be like... I don't know... Final Fantasy V, or Dark Souls 3, or... Elden Ring, or something that has got like... Tactics Ogre is also one of my favorite games, and that one also falls into this category. It would have to have a huge amount of replayability for different runs to be interesting. But, like, even then, like, I'm not gonna play... Like, if I could only play one game for the rest of my life, I don't care how much I like it. I'm just gonna get bored of it. And I would rather just do something else. Oh, did they drain her MP or something? I mean, your favorite game is whatever the fuck you like the most. Why would you factor how popular it is or how impactful it was on the industry as to why it's your favorite game. But I mean, if that's what makes it your favorite game, because it's really popular, that's why it's your favorite. Sure. Why? Like, it's a game. It's a game. If you like it because it's fun, you like it. It's enjoyable. But like, there are lots of reasons why you could pick a game for as your favorite game. But like, why pick a game as your favorite? Why do you have to pick a favorite? Like, why does that matter? I feel like I'm gonna have to use a hidden entry somewhere, and without it, I can't proceed. Half-Life 1? I never played the original Half-Life 1. Because it kept crashing. I did play Black Mesa though. Okay, I think I just missed something in there. Yeah, I mean, that's like kind of on you though, right? Like if you let other people being hyped up set the bar so high and get let down because it's actually pretty average and you're just not a fanboy like they are, that's kind of on you. I've had that once or twice where like a game has been hyped up a lot to me as really good, underrated, whatever, and then it's just like, yep, it's a 90s RPG. It's alright. But like, I don't know, I've just played way too many fucking games. There are lots of reasons to like games. There's a reason why, you know, I might really like Dark Souls 1, but like, it's difficult to compare Dark Souls 1 to Final Fantasy 12. They're very, very different games in every way, and I like them both a lot, but like, it just doesn't. Oh, I see. So that's active now. It doesn't matter. Like, I like them both. I'm capable of liking both chocolate and vanilla without having to compare the two to see which one I like more. Like, I just like both of them. I don't need to rank them. Why do I have to rank them? You got sucked into the monitor for some reason. The versus battles are always annoying, but I mean that's essentially what you're doing now. Nope. No room for the horn water. Okay then. Oh boy, yeah. Like, I don't really get like when people get to fanatic levels of games though. Like, I like the Souls franchise, right? Most of the games in the series are quite fun, but like, they're not the greatest games ever made, and lots of people aren't gonna like them. Like, but I also don't give a shit. Like, I'm not trying to convince anyone that they're the best thing in the world. The only time I'm gonna compare them to something else is if I'm playing something similar, really. Best RPG since Chrono Trigger, man, that's not a great bar. Like, Chrono Trigger's a good game, but there's a lot of games that are better than Chrono Trigger. Oh, Sea of Stars. I don't even know why people... Okay, no, I do know. Because that's how their marketing basically pushed it. Dude, it's Chrono Trigger, and it's got the guy for the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. And that was their marketing. But, like, the game is nothing like Chrono Trigger. Sea of Stars is nothing like Chrono Trigger. It's basically, like, more like SMRPG or Paper Mario. But people who say things like that just clearly don't play video games. That's pure marketing. That's pure marketing and regurgitation. But that's just people. Like, that's just the fact of life. People are gonna overhype everything they're excited about. You can choose to participate or to not participate. Yeah, but that's why everyone compares it to Chrono Trigger. And people get hype over buzzword shit. That's just people. They pushed pretty hard into it though. Because that's like guaranteed attention. If any game had like Nobuo Uematsu doing the soundtrack, they would be like fucking screaming that from the rooftops. There's no way you wouldn't know. But like, saying something that was made by the guy who designed something related to it, that's reasonable information for people to be interested in, right? I mean, any of that, like, knowing who the composer is reasonable, like, that's a reasonable reason to have interest in a game. Because, oh, I really like that composer. I've played games because of the composer. That's actually how I've played a couple games. But, like, I found the game because of the composer. But, like, I'm not going to go, oh, yes, this is a game that Sakamoto did the soundtrack for. It'll be a strategy game. Because he's done so many soundtracks for strategy games. Let's get married. That was the last anyone ever saw of Carlisle. Because I have to do it right. $100,000. That Quest and Romancing Saga too? Yeah. Protecting the planet. What is with that randomly collapsing that they do in this game? Jesus, man. Alright, hang on. She can handle herself. And I got him back. King Pippin. This scaly midget. Wow. Yes, it's Garlisle. All of his options, all of his correct options were the top option. So I could have just turboed through. Lauman. This looks like a Golbez machine. What, like game gets mentioned and I hadn't thought about it for a long time? I mean, I guess. People talk about old games that I haven't heard of in a while pretty often. Because, like, because I stream, like, it's unavoidable. So the kind of thing, I guess it happens so much that usually it's more likely that I would have just not heard of the game at all. There are definitely some that I've never heard get brought up, but that I haven't played in a long time. But you know what? You should also do a scan. Wow, you hit me with the Triforce. I mean, I do play games outside of stream. I just take a long time to get through them. How old the game is just has no bearing on whether or not I'll be playing it, though. Wow, last turn then first turn, thanks. I think I'm just fucked. I'm gonna have to use lightning resist, that's for sure. Shit, which one is it Tio? Oh, it's got it in there. Oh, really? Those categories, like, the only reason I'm playing this in the retro category is because it's a pretty unknown game. So, like, there's not much point in streaming it under its own category. If I played Final Fantasy V, I wouldn't put that on a retro. Because, like, it has a decent following, and people actually play it still. Like, drawing your lines in the sand is kind of pointless. Yeah, they do need, Twitch does need some broader categories. Because, like, some games are so popular that they could have, like, their own categories. Like, I wish GTA 5 had a separator for people who are playing online and people who are playing single player. Because it's a really, really popular game. But you know, like, Final Fantasy 1 through 6 could all be in one category. All of them are popular enough games, and they're all roughly in the same thing, and they don't get that many streamers. So, like, there would be, you know, less than, say, 30 people playing all of them at the same time at any time. So you could comfortably put them all in the same category, and it wouldn't be, like, if you were looking for specifically Final Fantasy 6, then there would, it's not so many to flood it out, but at the same time, the other, if you're looking to watch Final Fantasy VI, you're probably interested in watching the other ones as well. I mean, I can't think of any remakes that have been put into the same category, with the exception of 7 Remake for like a week. If anything, I actually kind of dislike it when they make a new category for like an HD version of a game. Not a remake, but like Final Fantasy X HD is a separate category to Final Fantasy X. That's stupid. That just makes it awkward, because now you split it up. Unless someone is checking both of the categories, they might not actually see that you are playing. I didn't know about that for Resident Evil. It has healed itself for 0? Weak against nothing. I just decided to... look at the guy's weaknesses and resistances on the guide. But also, with those, like with Dragon Quest III, I think the game is old enough and not very many people play it. If they were all under the same category, all of the different versions of it, like, you're not gonna see more than fucking 10 people playing that game at any given time. Actually, with the whole HD remake thing, it would have that temporary burst, but even that isn't gonna last very long. Like, breaking up to making too many categories, breaking like too many games into separate categories of their own on Twitch makes visibility worse. That's kind of the problem. Because, like, if a game has got 3 listings of the same game, like, actually, an example is like Pokemon Red and Blue. They're, for all intents and purposes, they are the same game, but they're not actually the same game. So if they are separated on Twitch, that's kind of what you would expect. Obviously, they don't do that on Twitch anymore, but it would be dumb to have Pokemon Red and Blue in... It would be dumb to have Pokemon Red and Blue in separate categories, right? But it's also kind of just like, if a game, even if it has separate categories, like, unless the game is really, really popular and both of them have got a lot of people in them, then yeah, okay, it's fine, it's whatever. But anything that is, you know, sees basically no traffic, I think is pretty safe to just lump into other categories as well. I think the real solution is to just have games listed under multiple things. So, like, you can look up, like, say, PlayStation 1 games or something. Or you could look up a specific PlayStation 1 game because the game will be flagged as both. But, like, that is kind of just a whole bunch of extra categorizing and micromanaging, because that's like so much extra work that basically no reward on Twitch's end. Because, like, a lot of games are on multiple systems. A lot of games have been re-released and have different versions of them and stuff like that. Like, it would be such a pain in the ass for anyone to make the system like that in the Twitch interface. So, not going to happen anytime soon. But that's like the only real solution to it. They do need more, like, catch-all categories on Twitch, though. Like, retro is a good one, but, like, it's very, very broad, obviously. You can put basically whatever you want in here, and you can get away with playing whatever you want, basically, in the retro category. But, like, it's too broad. I need, like, slightly more, like, games and demos is a good one. It's retro for things that aren't old. It's just a catch-all. This game is not popular enough to, like, actually be worth streaming it under its actual name. So we just stream it under this, because people who are just looking for weird shit will find it. People who are just looking for weird shit are not going to go through all of the different categories. Like, they're much more likely to find it by accident or recommendation. Just die already! Finally. But also, considering your whole click on the PlayStation 1 system logo and it lists all the PlayStation 1 games, there are hundreds and hundreds of PlayStation 1 games. And that's just, like, absurd to list them all, right? You'd have to be making all of these other lists. All of these other lists. It would be so much more awkward. So much more awkward to make a system like that. Overcomplicating it is also bad, but, like, they definitely do need some more broad, like, an old RPG genre. Old non-Japanese games genre. That kind of thing. Obviously, they wouldn't call them that. But just, like, breaking them up into clusters for things that fit into a broad category that is something that people specifically seek, but not so specific that, like, it only covers one game, you know? Yeah, technically the rules are that if you're streaming in the retro channel, you have to put the title of the game somewhere in your stream title, but it is just simply not enforced. Why is just the name in mostly lowercase? Verocana, Mother Energy. The big thing really, I think, is just like finding, like being, like visibility, essentially. There's a lot of streamers and there's a lot of games and a lot of categories. And like, being able to actually find like something that fits your interests. Like not everyone is coming onto Twitch to watch something really specific. Often usually I would say when people are just browsing to look for something to watch, they're not actually searching a specific game. They're just like looking at like recommended, or they're just scrolling the main page or something like that. But like, that's why I think the retro category gets a lot of hits in general, is because like, you can browse it and just be like, yeah, this stuff is gonna be mostly old games and people over the age of 25 playing games or talking shit. No more... I guess there's no more random encounters in here, huh? Like, for me, the only reason I use the retro category is if the game that I'm playing has got like, you know, less than 200 follows on the, like the game's actual category listing, whatever. I mean, yeah, that's to be expected. Popular game gets a lot of views. People want to play popular game, and big streamers want to play things that are hype. That's pretty much it. Is that in any way surprising to you? It's like, that's not even Twitch is doing. That's just bandwagoning. That's just... that's everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are. People want to be in on whatever the new hotness is. That's like never not been a thing. Oh, oops. I don't think that has ever not been a thing. Alright, so where are these biotanks? So, am I going back to the ruins of Sodom now? Yeah, I mean, that's also a thing. That's... like, if a popular franchise is releasing a new game, and someone hasn't been, like, following it up until that point. They only learned about it then. Oh, wow, they drained my fucking MP. I hate those things. Like, that's pretty common for people to want to, like, first get into the earlier games. Like, when a new movie is coming out in a series, often people will look at earlier entries. Same with books. That's the thing. I don't think anything about that has ever changed. Some people just want to jump in. Some people would rather look at the older entries. But people just get interested in anything that gets hyped up. That's why marketing exists. God damn it, man. Stop it with the MP draining. Ugh. Alright, I'll rest at the inn again. Actually, no, I can just reload from right here. It's nighttime now, so I can actually do the stuff here. I've never really been a, like, the whole FOMO thing just never really got me, I suppose. With new games... Oh, god damn it. With new games, I'm happy to wait. And when I was a kid, like, I usually didn't even... Because I didn't get, like, new consoles as soon as they came out, and I didn't follow gaming news. I played what looked interesting. The age of the game had zero bearing, like, it just simply didn't matter. It was so far off the radar that I just didn't know. Open a harvest seed. Ah. I think, I mean, you and most people generalize the general public for, what they do and don't do with media. If you think that every game is gonna get a better version in 1 to 2 years later, you clearly play too many Atlas games. Because honestly, outside of like Atlas and The Last of Us specifically, I can't think of many games that do that. Atlas does that with fucking everything. And The Last of Us has been re-released a million times. Cyberpunk got it with the DLC included? What, like they made a packaged version of Cyberpunk with the DLC, but you could just get the DLC. It's just like a package deal for people who haven't got any of it. Oh, okay. The other time it bothers me is if, like, they release a second version of the game that has extra content in it, but it's a separate version of the game, so you have to rebuy the game, and that's what Atlas does with every fucking title. So, yeah. Like, I don't care. I mean, in some cases, I'm very happy if a game that I like, has DLC, because I want more content of that game usually. But yeah, I don't care if it's not out when I first play it, I guess. Dragon Quest XI, yeah, with the Switch version. Although it previously wasn't available on the Switch, it should have been given to people on PC who already owned the previous version, I feel. But, of course that's not going to happen. It's Square, and it's probably also Nintendo. Because of, you know, it's a new version. But, yeah. That is, like, I think the only time that I've seen, Square do that specifically, though. I wonder if that's going to be how it is with all the Dragon Quest games from here on. Wow. I'm fighting a table and chairs. Well, I don't think fighting games in general do that, but Street Fighter does. They definitely do, like, produce, like, games fairly frequently. And the old ones, like, you know, if you play Tekken, like, Tekken isn't going to do Tekken 6, Tekken 2, or, sorry, what is it? What does that do? 8. So, there isn't, like, Tekken 8 and then Tekken 8 Turbo. Street Fighter does it all the fucking time. They've done it for like every version of the game. They've re-released the same game with Turbo or something, and it's like, dude. But I feel like most fighting games don't do that. They just oops. Actually, no. Like a lot of companies do that. But they just release games frequently in most fighting games. I don't know, I find it hard to believe that, oh, bro, they just broke. Because, like, especially with the more popular ones, like, dude, Street Fighter wouldn't cost as much to make as most games. And Street Fighter is massively popular. Like, they would make a killing in sales. And yeah, I know they are supporting the game by balancing it and keeping the servers up, but like, yeah. Actually, isn't Street Fighter like locally hosted, or is it actually a server that you connect to? I thought it just would. I thought it was locally hosted by just one of the players. Online is pay to play in Street Fighter. Oh, peer to peer. My bad. I see both usages. Man, someone with the ghost tremors. Yeah, that's actually hilarious though. If it's just peer-to-peer, And they're like, oh yeah, dude, the server costs, our millions of sales won't cover it if it's just peer-to-peer anyway. All they're hosting is a fucking lobby server. Making characters. Do you really think making characters takes that much time? It would be, and they charge for them anyway. But like, do you really think like after the development of the main game that they need to keep the entire development team on payroll? The rest of the development team would be moving on to something else. Balancing would be delegated to probably a small group of people, and new characters and their designs also wouldn't take a huge amount of time or money. It would be time consuming to actually it would be time consuming for like to make all the models and animations or whatever for a new character, but like that's like fucking nothing compared to making like a full fucking campaign or something for another game, right? That's a tiny amount of work by comparison. If their budget is getting eaten up, that's because whoever is at the top is taking all of the money. It does not cost that much to make a new 3D model for the game with animations and give it like some semblance of balance. Like, okay, maybe for like really unpopular fighting games that have a tiny player base and they don't get many sales, okay. But Street Fighter, Tekken, Soul Calibur, fuck no. But yeah, like Tekken and Soul Calibur don't keep re-releasing the same game like Street Fighter does. Street Fighter is not fucking wanting for money. They're not like spending all of their budget on this M. Bison skin, man. Adding M. Bison to the game, it cost us $10 billion. It was really hard to get someone to make a 3D model of M. Bison and a still image background for his stage. Actually, no, that's not true. They don't do still image backgrounds. They do animated backgrounds. Yeah. Gotta pay for the mocap. Yeah, but like, here's the thing though. Every game that's got 3D models has to go through the same process of making the 3D models, right? They have to pay animators to make these things. That's a fact of life, right? That's just paying people to do work. But like, the amount of work required to make a single arena, like let's just say every character in Street Fighter that gets released gets their arena and the character itself. Like just like the arena and the character. Just say that's what it is, because I'm assuming that not all of them come with an arena or something. To actually like get an animator to like make the model and animations according to whatever the designs are, and to make animated background for one area. Yes, that is work that you have to pay the animator for. But like, that is nowhere near as much work as like, say, making an entire town, even if it's just like a hub town or something in any other game, right? Like, having to actually make and design an entire town and all the characters that go into it, even if they aren't as detailed, like, that's just it. Like, there's so much more work, but it's just the same work by the same people, essentially. like, I don't know. I don't know how they could possibly be overspending that much. There's no fucking way. The costs would be that high to make an anime, a new character in Street Fighter. Just want to kill at least one chair. How much health do these things have? Plus 5 Tuesdays. Yeah, I'm fighting a table and chairs. Oh, this is a puzzle fight. So I was just completely wasting my time all of this time. Yeah, the one that's twitching. This one, wasn't it? Yeah, but like, here's the thing, Ragnar. People can just lie. Like, that's a thing. Like, they could just lie. They can just say that things are expensive for something other than that they are just pocketing the money. Because they can. Because they always have. Because they've always got away with it. That's just how it's always been. The book disappeared. Another fight. Oh shit, it's a head! King Altina! That's actually, a Baton. Oh, I'm sure he is as open as PR allows. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to, because he's looking like his face is pointing up, he has to tilt his eyes way down to actually see us. And I think that's just funny. Oh man. Weak against light. Wow, that's a lot of damage. The chairs are all dead. I killed them all. Sorry, King something. JPEG spam attack. Ghost tremor. $250, goddamn. Wow, that did nothing. I like the mouth opening animation there. Because he has, like, no bottom teeth, so it just looks weird. Great key. Probably should make a save. It does. Yeah. Appears to be sealed. Well, now what? I got the key. I don't remember where that key is going to. I can just leave. It's not used here. All right. Nurgle soul. Yeah, get out of the way and I'll fucking try and break it open. I found Womack. Alright, let's see. Alright, so I want to see what happens if you put in the world domination. So moon right, planet right, sun left. I'm guessing the star is... Wow. That's actually pretty funny. Just instant game overs you. Just instant game overs you. So, let's see. Moon left, planet left, sun... sorry, moon left, planet right, sun left. I don't know why they wouldn't just list them here in the order in which they're actually present, but whatever. Yay! Global pollution has been fixed! Just like that. Cleanse the oceans of their taint. Who is the oceans? World peace. That's a good one. Deep sea shrine. I guess we're just underwater now. Oh, it's this thing again. Okay. Random monster. Abrasax. He's weak against fire, though, apparently. Giant flea with dildo hands. Those are some pointy dildos. I'd be careful if that's what your dildos look like, Lizzo. Jesus, that hit hard. Stab throw! Wow, that did a lot of damage, actually. This guy hits pretty fucking hard. Push the button. Oh god, I fucking silenced her. It'll be one of those enemies, huh? And then they flee. Been a while since I've seen one of those magic pots, actually. Oh yeah, that's right. Those things are super resistant to magic for whatever reason. Makes them very annoying to deal with. Oh, I can actually walk around down here, huh? Look at that big chungus. I didn't mean to, Everyone's Donna Potty. Alright, I'm just going to walk up to him and then cure my silence. Everyone's silenced. And all of the random encounters here constantly cause it, so it's not worth curing it. Outside of this. Alright. Man, fighting a lot of bosses, huh? No weaknesses or resistances. It does all... Tyranid spawner. Apparently it's a seahorse. I'm actually pretty convinced though that it's actually Phalanx from whatever it's called from Demon Souls. Series only sold 8 million copies. 8 million's pretty good. I mean, for 2 games? It's already nearly dead. Yeah, for a new IP. This is why you need to, fact check, I guess. Wait, what is in here? Mist gun. Boy, am I glad that I didn't pick that up before the fight. Huh. So it just loops around. There's just 2 ways to get down there. I mean, I really enjoyed Neo 1. I'm looking forward to playing Neo 2. Cool. Okay then. done. It's like, how many loops, how many laps you doing, man? Yeah, I think that's pretty good for a new IP to do that well. Dot and the Kangaroo? I don't even know what that is. Pollution averted. Live-action animated hybrid movie from 1977. Never heard of it. Let's take a look at the shops. If there is any. That's right, I forgot I bought an extra logical cap. Because the shops in this game are weird. There's not even very many hats in this game. And the only hat that a lot of people will be able to equip will be a logical cap that you can buy at the start of the game and never again. Blinky Bill, I do know a Blinky Bill. Well, so it's all mermaids have the random glubs in their dialogue, except for the one that you get in your party. Wow, okay. So, like, are they just riding on their backs underwater and they can just breathe? Also, I've seen that cave, because you can see it underwater from the surface. Don't be such a wuss, kid. It appears to be sealed. Oh wait, this is the... Yeah, where it just came from. Ah, right. I forgot there was a statue here. The Booba statue! Oh, I kind of figured that that would be the plot progression. The gates are locked! Hidden village again! Okay. Take a seat, he says, at the table that has no seats at it. Oh no, not the bloody roses. You gotta go to the historians. It's always the historians. This is funny. This is the first time they brought up that Pippin had stolen the resurrection leaf, and it's also when the other party comes in with a dead Foxy. The eternal slumber. The last of it was stolen some time ago. Yeah, by that dickhead that's sitting on the other side of the table. But Riza wasn't carrying it. They didn't even mention the herb until now, and also they implied that he had already used the herb on that reptile that he revived and almost died to. But whatever. Okay then. And it took me straight to the historians too, for some reason. I didn't have to walk down here. Is there even a weapon shop here? There is. What'll it be? Wow, this is old trash. Thanks, buddy. Oh, what level am I? 40. Apparently you want to be 50 plus going into the final chapter. Wait, what is this one? The Garrel Tunnel. And the Vicorona ruins are over that way. I wonder what the highest level enemies I could fight in the area are. Because the world map enemies are like the start of the game enemies. Oh, well, either way, I'm not doing it right now. But I will probably do a bit of grinding just so I know that everyone is going to be a reasonable level going into the final chapter. So tomorrow I should be able to finish the game, I would say. I'm at the end of her chapter, or near enough to the end of her chapter. I'm on, what, day 11 of hers. So she's got like 3 or 4 days left. I don't know what day she'll end on. And then I'll go into the bottom right one, which I feel like is probably going to be a shorter chapter, but who knows. Either way, I think there's a reasonable chance that I'll finish the game tomorrow. We'll see. I'm actually curious about what the what it's going to be like in the ending. I've got a lot of questions that have not been answered or touched on at all, and I'm hoping they have some good answers, because otherwise I'm gonna, well, I'm not gonna be pissed, but like, I'll be disappointed. Anyway, I'm out for today. Have a good one and all that good stuff. Hopefully see you all next time. Is the Discord for anyone who is not in the Discord. But until next time, I don't know, keep treasure hunting.